Bom dia, bem-vindas, bem-vindos ao segundo dia do Seminário Histórias da Diversidade
Warm
do Museu
welcome
de Arte
to
de
the
São Paulo,
second day
Chateaubriand.
of the
Sou
seminar
Muniz,
on
eu sou
the
assistente
histories
curatorial do
of
museu.
diversity of the
Sou um
MASP
homem
Museum.
cis, negro, bicha.
I'm
Estou num
a
escritório
queer
cheio de livros e
black
cadernos.
man in
O
a
seminário é organizado pelo
office with
Adriano
books
Pedrosa, que é
and
nosso diretor
notebooks.
artístico.
Adriano
André
Pedrosa,
Mesquita,
our
que é curador. Davi
artistic
Ribeiro, que é
director,
assistente
organized
curatorial.
this, as
Guilherme
well
de
as
Frida, que é curador assistente. E a
Guilherme
Julia
de
Bryan
Frida,
Wilson, que é
Julian
curadora
Bryan,
adjunta de arte
other
moderna e
curators.
contemporânea. E vai ser transmitido via 3 links pelo YouTube do museu, um com o áudio original, um com a tradução simultânea em inglês e outro com a tradução em português. Eu convido todo mundo a enviar as perguntas pelo chat do YouTube.
Invited to
A gente
send
vai
your
responder depois da
questions through the
apresentação dos nossos
YouTube
convidados.
chat.
E o link para o
And
certificado
the
também vai
link
ser
for
enviado
the
pelo chat
certificate will also
do
be
canal do
sent
YouTube no início da
in
segunda
the
mesa
chat.
à tarde.
The YouTube
Hoje
chat
a gente tem a
at the
presença
beginning
do
of the
Ramon
second
Matheus
panel. Today
Bortolozzi,
we have
do Carol
Ramon
Hatzewski e
Matheus
do Jamal
Bortolowski,
Batz. Cada
Carol
prova vai ter
Retzhesden,
20 minutos.
Jamal
E depois da apresentação dos
they'll talk
três, a gente abre
for
para
20 minutes
perguntas do
each,
público
and then
e
we
um
will
debate
have a
aqui
Q&A
interno.
session.
Queria agradecer a presença dos
I'd
nossos
also
três
like to thank our
convidados. A
three
gente começa
guest
com o Ramon,
speakers, and we'll start with
que vai
Ramon,
ter uma apresentação chamada
who
Memórias
will
da
talk
Diversidade
about
pelo
memories
acervo
of
Bajubá.
diversity
Ramon
through
é
the
doutor em
Bajubá
Ciências pelo
collection.
Programa de
He
Saúde
holds a
Coletiva
PhD in
do
public health
Departamento de
from the
Medicina
School of
Preventiva da
Medicine of
Faculdade
the
de Medicina da
University
USP.
of São Paulo.
Possui
He
graduação em
also
Psicologia
holds a
pela
degree in
Universidade
psychology
Federal do
from the Federal
Paraná
University of
e mestrado em
Paraná,
Educação
and
pela
a master's
Universidade
degree
de
in education
Brasília
from the
e
University of
especialização em
Brasília, and has
Gênero
completed
e
a
Sexualidade
specialization
pela
course in
Universidade
gender and
Estadual
sexuality
do
from
Rio
the
de
State
Janeiro.
University of
É
Rio de
membro,
Janeiro.
fundador e
He's founding
coordenador do
member and
acervo
coordinator of the
Bajubá e
Bajubá
atualmente gestor do Centro de
collection, and
Acolhida
he currently
Casarão
manages the
Brasil, um
Casarão
centro
Brasil
de acolhimento
Center, which
especializado voltado a
shelters
travestis e mulheres
transvestites
trans.
and trans
Então,
women.
Ramon, por favor, fique à
Ramon,
vontade.
please, over to you.
Olá, bom dia a todas.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Primeiro, é prazer
First,
poder participar de
it's a
seminário
great
para
pleasure
trabalhar com
to
história e memória,
participate
né, as
in
histórias
this
da
seminar to
diversidade.
discuss
Então, acho
history
que
and
nada
memory, or
melhor que
histories
começar
of
me
diversity.
autodescrevendo, né, para
So
aquelas
I'll start by
pessoas
describing myself
que estão acompanhando, mas por
to
vezes sem visão baixa não conseguem ver.
that
Eu
cannot
sou um
see
viado
me.
branco brasileiro.
I'm
A nossa
a
comunidade me chama de
man,
urso, ou
white,
seja, eu sou gordo.
Brazilian. I'm called
Tenho barba
bear.
cheia,
I'm
cabelo
fat.
encaracolado
I have full
castanho.
beard,
Estou usando um fone de
curly,
ouvido. Ao meu
brown
fundo
hair.
tem
I'm
duas estantes
using
de livro.
headphones. I
E bem
have
embaixo aqui
books
tem uma foto
behind
de
me in
uma
the
das minhas
background, and I
inspirações,
have
que é a Divina Valéria, um dos
a
ícones do
photo
teatro
of
de
one of the
travesti
icons
brasileiro.
of
Um pouco
transvestite
do que eu venho contribuir hoje nessa mesa, o qual eu tenho o
theater
prazer
in
de
Brazil.
partilhar com o Carol e junto com o Jamal, é um pouco do nosso
What
trabalho
I'm
dentro do
doing
acervo Bajubá.
here
Eu vou começar, para sempre
is
figurar, acho interessante trazer
to
imagens. Por
bring
isso eu
some
vou compartilhar
images,
um pouco
and I'll
do
be
nosso acervo
sharing part of
em
our
figuras.
collection.
Vamos lá, então. O
We
Acervo
will
Bajubá é uma
start. The
iniciativa
Bajubá
começada em
collection
2010, né?
is an
Vocês podem
initiative
se
that
perguntar
started
de
in
onde vem, o que é,
2010.
e um pouco do
You may
objetivo dessa
remember
apresentação
where
é
it
repensar
comes
nossos
from. The
caminhos,
idea
né?
is to
Aonde a gente, em
rethink
12
our
anos,
journeys.
repensou questões
In
das
12 years,
histórias
we have
LGBTs, ou das
thought
histórias
about
de
the
pessoas
histories of
dissidentes de gênero e
LGBT
sexualidade no
people
nosso país, e
in
ao
our
mesmo tempo
country,
como foram as práticas políticas,
and
né,
also
de
the
salvaguarda,
political
de cuidado e de
practices
trabalho com a
to
memória. Né?
protect
O
and
acervo,
take care of our
ele
memory.
já pertence a uma
This
rede
collection belongs
latino-americana
to a
de
Latin
arquivos
American
acervos
network
LGBTs.
of
Eu gosto
LGBT
muito, para repensar
collections.
nossa história,
To
legado,
rethink our history,
aprendizado que a gente teve com a
I
Maria
like to
Belém do
think
arquivo
of what we have learned with
trans
Maria
da
Belém,
Argentina. A
the
Maria Belém fala que na América
trans
Latina,
woman from Argentina.
trazendo a
She
história
says
do
that in
arquivo
Latin
trans de lá,
America,
há algumas etapas que a
there are
gente, enquanto
some
ativista,
phases
vai
that
desenvolvendo. Né?
activists
O primeiro
developing.
deles é o
The
reconhecimento
first
enquanto
is
colecionadoras e colecionadores.
to get
O nosso
recognition as
acervo também
collectors,
começa
and
uma
our
iniciativa,
collection
principalmente
also
de
starts with
pessoas que
an
estavam
initiative by
tanto no
people
ativismo,
that
com a
are
dificuldade de
activists
acesso
that are having
que a história do
difficulty having
movimento
access,
homossexual, do movimento
because the
LGBT,
history of the
do movimento de pessoas
LGBT
de gênero e sexualidade
movement
aqui
and
no país.
transgender
Ao mesmo
movement
tempo, o
in
espaço
Brazil,
da academia, onde a
and
gente tinha
there's also the
uma certa
space
gama de pesquisa sobre história e memória,
of
mas ao mesmo
universities,
tempo um
academia.
afastamento muito
There
grande
was
dessas
some
fontes, né, dessas
research on
memórias
our
que
memories, but
estavam em
also
poucos e pequenos arquivos ou acervos muito
distances
distantes, isso há 10 anos
from
atrás.
this
E ao mesmo tempo trazer esse nosso legado
memory,
do
and
colecionista,
also
né? Parte da
bring our
memória
legacy
LGBT a
to
gente sempre traz
collectors.
uma
Part
vertente dos
of our
cânones, né?
memory,
Mas
we
ao mesmo
always
tempo
have
várias vezes a
this
gente não dá valor às nossas
trend,
coleções
but we
particulares, né?
tend
Querendo ou
not
não, nossas
to
coleções
appreciate
de
our
CDs da Alessi
private
Brandão
collections,
ou de
our
Benis, nossa pasta da
CDs or
Madonna,
vinyl
essas coisas que
records
perpassam
or
a
Madonna
nossa história biográfica
material.
particular, que
This goes
também
beyond
compõe a história
our
da nossa
personal
comunidade. A Maria Belém fala que
biographies
a
and is part
transformação
of
dessa
the history
aspiração
of our community.
colecionista a
Maria
virar um
Belén said
acervo
this
comunitário, um
aspiration
arquivo
of
comunitário,
collectionism
perpassa em sair
leading to
primeiro
a community
dessa ideia de
collection
coleção, mas partir
looks
para
the
uma
idea
ideia
of
de
collection,
proteção,
that's the
virarmos
starting point, but
protetoras e
also
cuidarmos dessa,
moving on to an
entendendo
idea
isso
of
como um legado e como
protection,
um
a
patrimônio da nossa
legacy
comunidade.
or
Ao mesmo
part of
tempo,
our
depois de virar
community
salvaguardadores, né,
heritage. So
protetores
as
disso,
protectors
começar o
or
trabalho
safe
com o arquivo, reunir essas
guardians,
coleções, fazer a
we will
limpeza, fazer o
also
escaneamento,
work and
e
clean
assim,
and
tendo
scan and
essa memória
organize these
organizada,
collections to
poder ser
organize
artistas ou
this memory
criadores das
for
histórias, né?
artists and
Fazendo
creators
curadorias,
to work
exposições, ou
with and to
possibilitando
show them
recriar e
in
recontar essas histórias. É interessante que
exhibitions
muitas vezes a gente
and
debate no
curating them.
Brasil,
In Brazil,
muito pelo debate internacional, essa
there's a
questão de
lot.
ver a pluralidade das histórias LGBTs,
One of
das
the points is
histórias
to see the
dentro de
morality of
sexualidade.
LGBT
Aqui no Brasil, a gente busca
histories,
reconstruir
but
e
in
trazer
Brazil we
essa
try to
história também.
reconstruct
Vou
this
trazer
history.
talvez o grande marco para a
And I'll
nossa coleção,
show
do
you
nosso
one
acervo,
of the
foi o
greatest
encontro dessa obra. Essa obra foi
landmarks of
encontrada
our
por nós em
collection. This
2012
is
em
a
um antiquário
work that was
aqui no
found
Brasil,
in
em meio a
a
fundos,
antique
em meio a
store
poeira.
in
Foi uma
Brazil
obra que chamou direto a atenção da gente.
amid
É um nanquim
mold and
que expressa um
dust.
sexo
This
oral entre
is
duas
a
mulheres.
China ink
É
drawing
interessante ver, além de ser
showing
extremamente
oral
bela a
sex between
imagem,
two women. In
na
addition
hora
to
que a gente
being a
encontrou no meio,
beautiful
perdido nesse
image,
antiquário, a gente viu em cima
we also
descrito
saw that
ilustração do Eu Sou uma
this was
Lésbica, quarta
illustration
parte.
of I am
Na
a
época, ainda pouco
lesbian,
divulgada,
part 4.
essa obra, Eu Sou uma
This
Lésbica,
work,
foi
I'm a
lançada pela
lesbian,
revista Status, em
was
formato de
launched
boletim,
in
e
the
era uma obra da
Status
Cassandra Rios. A
magazine, and this
Cassandra foi
was
uma
a
das
work by
maiores
Cassandra
pessoas
Rios,
que
one of
vendeu
the
obras
greatest
literárias no
people
Brasil.
that
Por 2
sold
décadas,
literary
foi a
works in
pessoa
Brazil,
que mais vendeu junto com Jorge Amado. Ela
together
foi uma
with
autora
the
extremamente
author
importante na
Jorge
ditadura
Amado.
militar,
She was
sendo
extremely
censurada por
important
diversas
during the
obras dela e não podendo
military
ser publicadas.
dictatorship.
Ao mesmo tempo,
At
vale
the
lembrar
same
que a
time,
primeira obra da Cassandra foi publicada
her
em
first work
1948. Estou falando
was
de
published in
publicações domésticas no Brasil na
1948,
década de 40.
in the 40s, at the end of the
Embaixo,
40s.
trouxe para baixo,
And
embaixo havia a
and then
assinatura do Darcy Penteado.
there was the
Darcy
signature
Penteado,
by Darcy
ainda na
Penteado.
época também, a gente está
Darcy
falando aqui há
Penteado,
12 anos
and
atrás,
that's
quando não
12 years
tinha ainda
ago,
fundado o Museu da Diversidade,
before the Museum of
para ele.
Diversity had
Ele
been
foi um ícone
founded, but
também do movimento LGBT
he
no
was
Brasil,
also an icon
tendo em
in the LGBT
1949
movement in Brazil.
lançado
In
aqui em São Paulo
1949,
o que eles chamam a primeira
they launched
exposição de arte
what we
homossexual
call
no
the
Brasil.
first
É interessante isso, eu estou falando e retomando a
erotic
década de
and
40,
homosexual
ou
art
seja, 70
show
anos
in Brazil,
atrás.
and that
É
was 70
interessante
years
como esse
ago.
quadro, para a
This
gente,
a
foi um
drawing
estopim de trazer
was the trigger to us,
cânones, né?
bringing
Tanto Darcy
together
quanto a
both
Cassandra
these
Rios,
canons,
uma obra
Cassandra
que
Rios and Darcy
condensa a memória
Penteado,
não só da história deles, da
showing
história
not only
artística, da história
about
literária,
their
mas também uma parte da história
stories,
da
their
nossa comunidade,
artistic and literary
perdida no
stories,
meio
and
de
also part
antiquário,
of our
confuso,
community
e se naquele
history,
momento a
lost
gente,
in an antique
enquanto
store.
comunidade, não
So as a community,
adquirisse por um preço
if we
extremamente
hadn't
baixo,
purchased
inclusive,
this at a very low
essa memória
price,
ser
this
perdida, né?
memory would
E
have
acho que
been
veio desse primeiro
completely
impulso
lost.
de ver o como
So
mesmo
this
essa
was the
história que a
first
gente tenta, né,
idea
foi tentada desde a década de 80 tornar oficial no Brasil como
that
uma história
we
homossexual LGBT,
really try to
no nosso país se perde, né?
recover
No nosso
this
país não
history,
existe uma iniciativa que a
homosexual
gente vai
or
ver, ou não existia para
LGBT
a época,
history
de tentar
that
reunir esse
was
material.
lost. So there
E
was
foi
this
nesse
attempt
ímpeto,
of
vendo e conhecendo algumas
collecting
outras
and
instituições,
gathering
que
this
em
material.
2010
So
a
in
gente
2010,
começou a
that's when we
formar, se
decided to
tornou o acervo
start
Bajubá.
our
Hoje reunindo
Bajubá
quase 5.000
collection
itens,
with
ao qual
over
a gente busca
5,000 items
reunir em
today,
coleções e busca trazer e circular eles
bringing
para produzir
together
novas historiografias, novas
collections
estéticas. É
and making
interessante que
them
tanto a
visible.
Cassandra quanto o Darcy
Both
inspiraram a produção
Cassandra
de uma
Rios and
coleção de
Darcy
literatura
Ribeiro,
LGBT brasileira,
they also
ao
had
qual
a
a gente vê
collection
produções desde o
of
século
LGBT
XIX
literary
até o contemporâneo.
production from the
E,
19th
além da
century
literatura, a
to the
gente encontra
present.
também
And in
iniciativas
addition,
de tentar
there's
construir
also
histórias, né?
initiatives to try
Narrar
to
o que
build
seria a
history,
história
to
dessas
narrate
pessoas
the
dissidentes de
stories
gênero e
of
sexualidade.
these
Em
people.
2010
In
ainda, a gente vê que
2010,
mesmo esse esforço que o
this
movimento homossexual no
effort
Brasil
of
da
the
década de 80
homosexual movement
tentou criar em meio da
in the
epidemia de HIV,
80s
narrar uma
in
história,
Brazil, we
de tentar ver,
tried
ter
to
referências ao
narrate
longo da
a
história
story,
colonial,
finding
imperial,
references
republicana no
throughout
Brasil,
our
pessoas
colonial and
dissidentes,
imperial
a gente
history,
tinha
finding
dificuldade de acesso.
more about
E
dissident
mesmo
people.
essas
We
obras
had
que são conhecidas e
difficulty, of
circuladas,
course,
geralmente são
having access
narradas
to
por
that, and
homens
these are
gays
usually
cis
stories
brancos.
narrated by
Ou seja,
white,
quando você vai ver isso, parece que a
gay
narrativa sempre
men.
parte de uma
So
historiografia
narratives always
produzida.
come from
E a
one
gente vai ver que existem obras
historiography,
como
and
a
there are
obra da Rita
works
Colasso
like
ou da
Rita
Leila Nunes,
Colasso,
de
among
autoras
others.
lésbicas,
These
autoras
are
bissexuais,
lesbian or
também trazendo esse
bisexual
esforço, né?
writers
Autoras trans. Ao
who
mesmo tempo, um outro esforço
have
da gente
also
tentar
written another
pluralizar as histórias da
effort
diversidade
to make
também foi
these
pluralizar e conhecer
histories
as
of
diferentes
diversity more
estéticas. Né?
plural,
Eu trago o
was
exemplo
to
do
learn
Darcy,
more about
que
different
foi retomado há pouco tempo, mas
artworks.
dentre os
There's Darcy
artistas
Ribeiro, but
LGBT
then
do Brasil,
among
para
Brazilian
aqueles ali que
LGBT
viraram
artists,
canônicos,
there were those that
essas
became
estéticas também foram
canons.
progressivamente se
And
perdendo
these,
e de difícil acesso.
this art
Então, a
was
gente foi
also
encontrando em antiquários, em
gradually
sebos,
lost. So
também
we
expressões
found in
dessas
secondhand
artes, seja nas artes
bookshops
plásticas, na
and
literatura,
antique stores,
na arte travesti,
lots of
na arte
references
do
to
transformismo
transvestite
de palco.
art
E é
and
interessante como essas
stage
figuras, a gente tem uma
transformism.
onda gigantesca de
There's
debater
a
o drag
huge
queen hoje em dia,
wave
mas essas figuras brasileiras que
debating
estão há décadas trabalhando e
drag
produzindo
queens, but
foram
these
progressivamente
people
apagadas também.
have been
A gente
also
teve, na última
progressively
década, alguns
effaced. In the
documentários
last
sendo
decade, we found
produzidos,
some
mas raramente se fala o
documentaries,
que
but
essa
you
produção e essa
hardly
estética te
ever
falam. Para a
really
gente não no
discuss
portal colonizar
this
gêneros
the
como
stage
kink ou como
aesthetics.
drag, mas entender o que
So
essa
we should
arte
understand what
perpassa a
this
nossa
art
história.
is
Outras referências, referentes que
all
vêm de diáspora,
about. Then we have other
referências que vêm
theatrical
de uma raiz
references from
latino-americana,
a Latin
ameríndia,
American
ao qual
root
está produzindo em
or
nossa arte há décadas.
indigenous root that is also having or has been influenced
Além
in our
disso,
art.
vale
In
trazer
addition, we should also
outro
remember
aspecto super importante que a
other
gente
very
viu,
important
são as
aspects, and
iniciativas
these
que a
are
gente tem desde a década de 70
initiatives
de
that have been
produzir acervos e
taken
arquivos, né?
since the 80s
Talvez,
to
além
produce
dessa obra que eu mostrei
collections.
antes,
So in
do
addition
Antitudo,
to the
Darcy
works
Penteado,
that I've
mostrando a obra da Cassandra
shown
Rios,
you, Cassandra
outro
Rios
achado
and
muito
Darcy
interessante esse ano foi
Penteado,
uma
another
revista Rose,
interesting
que é uma revista que está ali no meio dessas
finding
várias
is the
publicações da imprensa LGBT brasileira. A revista
magazine,
Rose foi a primeira
the
revista
Rose
que trouxe o
magazine, which
masculino no
was the
Brasil.
first that
Uma revista
showed
de
Brazilian
1978, publicada por um grupo
naked men.
coletivo de
And this
Curitiba,
was
ao qual
a
compunha
publication by a
artistas como
collective
Leminski ou Elis Ruiz,
from Curitiba, including artists like
ou
Leminski
ativistas na época,
and
ainda
also
não fora do armário. Né?
activists
O
that were not
interessante da
out of the
gente encontrar a
closet
revista
at the
Rose,
time.
isso
This
num
magazine,
sebo
Rose, that was
em
found in a
Campinas, aqui no
second-hand
Brasil, uma cidade no
bookstore
Brasil,
in the
foi
city of
ver
Campinas in Brazil,
carimbo
and
do
we
grupo
found
Identidade,
a
que é um grupo
stamp
homossexual
of the
organizado
identity group. That's
já
a homosexual group
desde
that
essa
was
década de 80,
organized in
e
the
e o
80s.
que a gente acompanhou foi
And
parte
what
desse
we saw
acervo
was that
dos
part of this
coletivos que existiram na
collection
década de
that
70,
was
80,
there in the
90,
70s
sendo
and 80s
perdidos
and
e colocados
90s.
em
This
sebos
was
também,
lost
principalmente para aquilo que não
and
cabia nos
sent to
acervos e arquivos
second-hand
oficiais,
stores,
como a pornografia. A
second-hand
pornografia aqui no
bookstores,
Brasil,
and
até
like
hoje, é
pornography.
uma questão
Pornography in
tabu da
Brazil is
gente ter essa
still
história em memória.
taboo
E é
to
super
have this as
interessante a
part
gente
of our
acompanhar
history.
como não só a gente
And it's
pode falar
interesting to
histórias das
see
nossas
that we can talk about the
comunidades,
stories
mas
of our
também
histories of our
histórias
communities, but
sobre a
also
produção da
talk
saúde, a
about the
história do
production of
erotismo, do
health,
corpo.
eroticism, and the
Vale
body.
também dizer que existe uma memória
There's
super
also
pungente e
a
frutífera da
very
gente falar e
fruitful
reler o que é
memory
o
when
movimento
we
homossexual,
read
né? A
about the
história e as
homosexual
memórias,
movement,
as histórias e as
histories
memórias
and
do movimento
memories
homossexual. É
of
interessante
the
enquanto a gente foi encontrando,
homosexual
para além
movement.
daquele mito de
So in
fundação
addition
do
to
Grupo
the
de Fomos,
foundation
inspirado na
myth
Argentina, que
that
se
was
tornou um grande
inspired
ícone,
by
e
the
não
Argentinian group.
ofuscando a importância desse
And
grupo,
also,
mas ver diversos outros grupos
there were
anteriores
many
ou
other
paralelos que
groups that
existiam.
came
Grupos
before
de ativistas
this
lésbicas,
group,
grupos de
of
ativistas
lesbian
homossexuais negros,
activists or
como a
black
Dudu ou
homosexual
Kimbanda Dudu
activists,
posteriormente, grupos de travestis que na década
groups
de
of
60 e 70
transvestites that in
tentaram
the
organizar
60s and
congressos.
70s also try to organize
Além disso, outro
conferences. And
marco
in
de coleção
addition,
extremamente
another
importante para a gente,
collection landmark that
foi
is
também
extremely
estopim
important to
para
us, and it was
começar
also
a se
a
ter no Brasil
trigger
esses arquivos de
for
coleções,
having
foi a história
these
e memória da epidemia de
collections are
HIV/AIDS.
the
momento onde
memory
você
of the
progressivamente
HIV/AIDS
perdendo
epidemic,
pessoas
a
na
moment
nossa
in which
comunidade, essas
we
coleções
lost
de
people
arquivos
progressively.
que
So these
constituíam a história e a
collections
biografia de cada
that
uma delas foi
provided
progressivamente se
biographies of all
perdendo.
these
Para além
people, it was
disso, eu não vou nem
also
comentar porque 20
lost,
minutos é praticamente
gradually
impossível,
lost. It's
mas a
impossible to talk about
quantidade de
everything in
estéticas,
20
de
minutes,
debates
but
sobre
the
o corpo,
amount
sobre
of
debates sobre cidadania.
discussion
A
on
epidemia de
citizenship and
HIV/AIDS
aesthetics and the
culminou aqui
body
no
with the
Brasil junto com a luta pela
HIV/AIDS
democracia,
epidemic.
né?
This
No
was
período de
part
saída da
or
ditadura.
went hand in hand
Outro
with the
arquivo
fight
extremamente interessante que
for
dialoga com a história do HIV e a história da
democratization.
saúde é a história da
Then
medicina,
there's
né?
the
A
history
gente
of
produziu
medicine that goes hand in hand
inicialmente
again
no
with
acervo,
HIV/AIDS.
a gente ia atrás de produções
So we looked for
partindo de pessoas LGBTs, né? Ou de pessoas que eram diferentes
material
de
that was produced
sexualidade.
by
Mas o que a
LGBT
gente vê
people, but what
regredindo
we
pouco
saw,
no
if we go
tempo,
back in
é uma
time,
dificuldade de
it is
escavar
really
esses,
hard
né, esses
to
resquícios, essas
scavenger
purpurinas,
these
como a gente chama, esses
vestiges
vestígios da existência,
of
né?
their
E essa
of our
purpurina que a gente
existence,
vai
and
encontrando
this
está na fala de quem
is what
oprime, às
we
vezes, de quem controla
find.
nossos
We usually
corpos,
find
né?
these
E é
pearls
como é
in the
importante a gente ver
discourse
essas
of those that
representações
repress
estéticas
us.
encontrando
So we
desde o
see
século XVIII e
since the
XIX na
18th and
produção,
19th
seja médica,
century, we
seja
see
policial,
medical
mas
production,
sempre trazendo
police
isso como um
production.
vestígio que precisa ser contextualizado
And this
e
is a
precisa ser
vestige that
colocado
needs to
sobre a
be
voz.
brought
Para além
to
disso, eu não
light
vou
again.
esgotar aqui todas as formas de
Then,
produção, mas a parte
I won't
audiovisual e de música
mention
também é
all
extremamente
artistic
importante
forms, but
para a nossa
audio, visual,
produção.
and music
E,
production is very
principalmente,
important,
advinda do período da
especially
epidemia da Covid,
with
desde
the COVID
2020,
epidemic since
um dos nossos
2020.
desafios foi
One of our challenges
reconstruir ou questionar
was
o
to
que era esse
reconstruct
acervo que
or
a gente já estava
challenge
construindo há
what
décadas, né?
this
É interessante que a
collection should be
epidemia
like
da
that had been built
Covid,
for
quando a gente teve a
decades.
pandemia global,
So with
trouxe uma
the
outra
global
possibilidade de a
pandemic,
gente
we had a new possibility
questionar que
of
memórias a gente estava
challenging
produzindo,
what
né?
memories
Para além
we were
desse
producing,
esforço que eu falei
in addition to
necessário
this
da gente
necessary
reconstruir
effort
essas
of
memórias ou
reconstructing our
salvaguardar e preservar
memories and
elas, que se
protecting
tornou
and
uma história
preserving
oficial, a
these
gente também
memories.
tem que ter registro de
When it
memórias
becomes official
diversas, que não
history,
cabem,
we
né?
also have
Memórias
a
negras, memórias
diversity of
diásporas, memórias
memories,
indígenas,
diasporic
memórias que
and
memórias
black
trans,
and indigenous
travestis,
and
memórias não
trans and
binárias, que por vezes dentro da
transvestite and
década de 80
non-binary
foram apagadas essas
memories that have been
historiografias.
effaced
Passagem Só de
since
Ida
the
foi
80s.
trabalhado ontem
This
pelo Bruno,
one-way
que
ticket,
veio da nossa
Passagem Só de
parceria com a
Ida,
Casa 1,
was a
mas ele
partnership with
tenta
Casa
trazer
The
essas
idea
memórias
is
de
to
pessoas que vieram para São Paulo. Pessoas
discuss
que não necessariamente
and
são ícones ou
show the
cânones,
memories of
mas
these
pessoas
people
que
that came to
trazem
São
parte da
Paulo,
história
not
da nossa comunidade do cotidiano.
necessarily icons of
Além
our
disso, um outro
culture,
esforço
but that were
necessário para a gente
important. And
debater a
then
memória foi justamente
there's
vir da
also
nossa vertente do colecionismo e trabalhar a importância dessas memórias
the
no nosso
importance
cotidiano.
of our
Então a gente fez
daily
atividades também para
memories.
debater
So we
o que é
also
memória, o
held
que é
activities
história,
to
o que são
discuss
as
what memory
memórias
is,
das
what
histórias
history is,
LGBTs,
or
como eu
memories in
digitalizo minhas
histories, and
coleções,
how
como eu
I can
salvaguardo, como eu desenvolvo uma noção
digitize
de
my
importância das
collections,
coisas que eu tenho em
how
casa, para
I
além
can
daquelas
appreciate
longes
the
que estão no
things that I
museu.
have at
É
home, in
interessante que
addition
nossa
to
entrada
things
no
that you
museu,
find in
aquelas coisas que
museums,
ninguém dava importância nas
things
suas
that people
coleções,
didn't
como a
usually
pornografia, como uma
describe
revista
much
caras,
importance,
como um
like
boletim de movimento que eu participei,
pornography or
adentraram o
Hello
museu depois de alguém
magazine,
reconhecer a
many
importância
among
disso.
others.
Além disso, a
They're all
importância das
important.
trocas com
And
os
then
arquivos e acervos da América Latina.
the
A
exchanges
gente teve
between
conversas com
Latin
o Transur,
American
com a Maria
collections.
Belém, do arquivo
We
trans,
talked to Maria
da
Belén
memória trans
of
argentina,
the
trazendo
Argentinian
também uma
trans
possibilidade de
movement.
questionamento e ampliação do
So
nosso
again,
trabalho. Para além
that's a
disso, eu quero
possibility of
fechar um pouco pensando
expanding
das
our work.
estéticas do que a
And
gente já teve
then
de circulação no nosso acervo
what
em
we
exposições
already
do
had
museu.
in
É
our
interessante que
collection,
na
all the
formação de
exhibitions, all the possibilities
exposições, na
of
curadoria
making
de
that
exposições
visible
que
and
trabalharam com a história
circulating.
LGBT do Brasil,
So everyone
entrando
that
desde o
worked
Museu da
in the LGBT
Diversidade,
history in
do
Brazil,
Memorial da
including the Museum of
Resistência, do
Diversity, our
Instituto
Memorial of
Moreira Salles,
Resistance
a
in
gente
the
vê a
Moreira Salles
dificuldade das pessoas
Institute,
acessarem
we see
essas
how difficult
memórias,
it is for
seja
people to
via
have
edições
access
do
to these
Lampião da
memories
Esquina, seja via fotografias,
by means of
seja via
photographs
produções de
or
literatura ou
literary
audiovisual.
or
É
audio
interessante que em todas essas
visual
exposições que trabalharam,
production. So in
desde a
all
formação do
these
movimento, desde a
exhibitions,
produção
since the
médica, desde
formation
a
of the
produção da
movement,
arte desbundada da década de
the
70,
70s
seja na
art,
produção da arte
the
travesti no Brasil,
transvestite
que vai
art
acompanhar
in
desde
Brazil
do final do século XIX até o
that
contemporâneo,
has been there since the end
seja
of the
nas
19th
produções
century,
sobre HIV/AIDS,
and also
a gente vai vendo a
HIV/AIDS
importância da comunidade, dessas várias
production
comunidades,
art.
salvaguardarem suas
So
memórias.
again, we
Se a
need to
gente não faz
safeguard
esse
our
trabalho,
memories.
infelizmente, o espaço
Every community
dos
should
arquivos
safeguard
dos
their
museus
memories. If we
várias
don't
vezes
do
vão apagar
this,
e colocar, fazer esse recorte.
Museum collections will adopt
Para a gente é uma conquista poder divulgar essas estéticas, as
For us,
estéticas
it's a
até
great
então que a gente
achievement
fez
to be able
simulação
to
do desbunde do HIV, mas
show
trazendo a potência de
these
outras
works and
várias
showing also
estéticas
the
que a gente tem
power
no
of
nosso
many
acervo,
other
seja dos anos 90, das memórias da
art,
parada, das memórias
90s
das
memories
ondas
of the
clubbers que a
gay
gente teve aqui,
parade and
da memória
everything
da
we had
década de 2000,
here,
das
the
paradas em comunidades, né, dos
2000s
outros
in
espaços
the
de ocupação,
communities,
a outras
taking part
possibilidades
of other
curatoriais.
spaces.
Faço
So we have
convite para o
many
final, a gente está
curatorial
hoje em
possibilities.
parceria com a Casa 1, o
We
Bruno
have a
apresentou o
partnership
que é
with
Casa
Casa
1,
Bruno
e
presented
paralela,
Casa
o acervo também está fazendo uma parceria de
yesterday,
trabalho
and
com o
we
Gibson,
are
um grupo de
also
incentivo à vida, ao qual tem um acervo sobre
a
a história e
partnership with
memória
the
da
group
epidemia de
that
HIV/AIDS aqui no Brasil
to
extremamente rico.
incentivize
Então, o nosso
life.
trabalho momentâneo está
And
sendo
this
também
is a
fomentar esses arquivos de
moment
HIV que já existem
in
no
which we
Brasil,
are also
mas né, também, assim
fostering
como a gente encontrou
HIV
aquela
collections in
obra da,
Brazil, and
obra do
also as we
penteado
found
para Cassandra
works
Rios,
by
também
Cassandra
estão
Rios and Darcy
curadas e estão
Penteado.
como arquivos
They're also
próprios.
curated and they're in
Nosso
new
intuito é tornar os
collections,
arquivos,
and
os
we want
acervos
to
vivos não só
make
para a
them
produção acadêmica, não
live,
só para a produção
not only
artística e
for
estética, para o
academic production,
movimento, mas
artistic
principalmente
production for
vivo
art
na
movement,
comunidade.
and also
Faço o
to
convite
make
para
them
quem tiver interesse em
visible. So
conhecer o
everyone who's
acervo
invited, please
e
come and visit our
se desbundar
collection
com a produção da
and
nossa comunidade.
enjoy the
Obrigado,
production of our community. Thank you.
Super obrigado, Ramon, por essa apresentação.
Thank you very much
Mostra aí o
for
esforço de vocês em
your
produção de memória
presentation,
da
Ramon, and
comunidade
your
LGBTQI
efforts on
há mais de tempo no
memory
nosso contexto
collection in
brasileiro.
the
Eu vou passar
LGBT.
a palavra agora para o
So now I will turn the floor to
que vai ter a
Karol
apresentação
Radziszewski,
Queer Archives Institute, Transformando
he's going
Narrativas.
to talk about Queer Archives
Carol é
Institute,
nascida em
Shifting
1980 na
Narratives.
Polônia.
Carol
É uma artista
was born
interdisciplinar
in
que produz
1980 in
pinturas,
Poland,
filmes,
an
fotografias,
interdisciplinary
instalações,
artist making paintings,
com uma
films,
metodologia baseada em
photographs,
arquivos
and
que incorpora
installations.
várias
His
referências
archive-based methodology
culturais,
incorporates a range
históricas,
of cultural,
religiosas,
historical,
sociais e de
religious,
gênero.
social, and gender
Com frequência,
references.
Carol
Has
reinterpreta as obras
often
de outros
reinterpreted
artistas,
the work of other
principalmente da
artists,
neo-vanguarda do
mainly
leste
in the
europeu,
Eastern
selecionando seus temas
European
queer ou abordando as
neo-avant-garde,
obras a partir de
choosing
uma
their queer
perspectiva
motifs
queer e
or
feminista.
approaching their work
Usando as ferramentas da arte da
from a
apropriação,
queer and
ele
feminist
tenta
perspective,
reescrever a
using
história
the tools
oficial e
of
criar sua própria
appropriation art. He
narrativa.
attempts to
E desde
rewrite the
2005
official
é
history and
publisher e
create his
editor-chefe da
own
Dick
narrative.
Magazine e
Since
em
2005,
2015
Carol is publisher
fundou
and
o
editor-in-chief
Queer
of
Archives Institute.
DIK Magazine and has
Lembrando que as
founded the
perguntas são
Queer
enviadas pelo
Archives
chat do
Institute.
YouTube. Então,
You may
Carol, por
send your
favor,
questions via
palavra é sua.
YouTube. And now, Carol, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much for introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really privileged to be part of this seminar. I'm very happy. I'm also happy with the previous presentation by Ramon, because I think they will be really nice link with what I will be describing. I'm a white gay man. I'm wearing black t-shirt. Behind me there is a white wall with part of my painting, just the corner. And I will also open the presentation, so it will go with the slides. Okay, so just a second. So the title of the presentation is Queer Archives Institute Shifting Narratives, but I would like to start with a bit personal introduction. I make my coming out and actually in the form of the art exhibition in 2005. And this coming out, artistic coming out also, become later called the first openly gay show in the history of Poland, in the history of the country. So I'm saying that because this history, it's really short somehow, and it gives different perspective to me as an artist, because it started somehow from me. Although I always felt the duty to think what was before. At the beginning of my projects were really, this is me and my grandma. From the project Backfighters, about the gay gangs. So all my early works were very explicit, dealing with my gay identity. And it was the time that the government was ruling our country was exactly the same that is now. Super conservative, very homophobic, openly anti-LGBT. So these works were directly politically and in a radical way challenging them. But also I quite quickly realized that what is important for the government and for the politicians, it's history, how it's shaped, how it's the history of the country still, especially because Poland got independence in 1989. So there was a change of the system, and this history and heroes and heroines from the past, who and how you select was really important. In 2005, besides this first exhibition, I also started to publish magazine called Big Magazine. It was dedicated to homosexuality and masculinity in Central and Eastern Europe. So I did several issues. Every time it was a bit different, dedicated to different countries. But especially the one that you see with the Donald Duck called Before 89. It was the beginning of my research in history. I was traveling across all Central and Eastern Europe to search for any trace stories related to the queer past. And I was really willing to find these queer ancestors because in Poland I heard many times that this thing which means homosexuality or non-heteronormativity is coming from the West, from Western Europe, or basically that we are provincial country and we are normal, so called. So everybody are straight. And this searching for the queer history was part of political agenda to prove that we existed for many decades of actually the whole history. And I was starting searching for the proofs. One of the very big discovery was a collection of Richard Kisiel. He started the first queer zine in Poland called Philo. That was published 1986-1990. Here you can see a mock-up of the zine. And beside the zine, there was also amazing collection he had. For example, something that he called Polish Gay Guide on the European Socialist Countries, which was like empty book that he was putting the notes and also taking photographs of different countries, cities in Central Eastern Europe that he was visiting, like a hand that could do it yourself style notebook for gay travelers. And this is his collection is really big, especially because he was working in the printing house, so he was able to print things, but also as an amateur with a group of friends, he was doing first Polish queer kind of photo shootings, photo sessions, like you see one of the slides. And there are hundreds, thousands of negatives and photographs that he created in the 80s. Also, that was the beginning of HIV and AIDS crisis. So some of those photographs, in a very provocative way, related to that period. I'm a visual artist, so I'm using this archive to create my own works, also interpret the past. So I give you just one example how I work. This is collage with Donald Duck stickers saying AIDS from Philo magazine from 1989 that I transformed into the series of artworks that connecting both Eastern European archive and general idea, the iconic work related to AIDS by Canadian conceptual group. General idea. So the series of paintings, wallpaper become kind of a trademark for my work, but also for this archive. And in that way, I was kind of imagining how it would be if in the communist Poland there would be an openly gay pop artist. This artist never exists. There are traces in an archive that I used to create new works. And all this research, all this work, bring me to the idea to create something bigger, like an institution that I call Queer Archive Institute. And at the beginning, I thought it would be only dedicated to Poland and Central Eastern Europe. But then I thought I'm really interested in the whole idea of connecting so-called periphery countries. And when I came to São Paulo, to Brazil in 2016, I decided to create the first exhibition of this project here, not here, but like in São Paulo. I thought it's really about how queer is not only about your nationality or your country. I was interested how you could juxtapose materials, how you think in a more global way, and also beyond the national borders. So and it was also very interesting for me because when I came to São Paulo, everybody were talking about global South. So I was asking them if Poland is global South or global North, because everybody told me since I was born that I'm from the East. So this West-East relation, North-South, give me the idea that these peripheries are really much more complicated than I thought before. And the exhibition took place in Video Brazil, as I said, 2016. And this is usually how I operate. I have the logo of the institute. I'm using the collection of the local institutions. So there are videos from Video Brazil collection. I also did several interviews when I was in Brazil. And I arranged the tables with the material in a way that it's like a keyword in internet. So particular words were possible to search. And I mixed the materials from Central Eastern Europe, Poland, Czech, Romania, Ukraine with Brazilian ones. And I thought it was really interesting. You could read exactly what you see, but when you see just on the images, you could really confuse what is coming from where and what kind of similarities and differences you have. The most significant difference, maybe we can talk about this later, is of course the issue of race, because Central Europe is very homogenic, very white, and it's very visible in the archive and the history also with the queer movement. But I thought it's really interesting to present the photographs of lesbians next to the numbers of Lampião and some images of the Brazilian actors. Here is the table with all the first covers of the Brazilian magazines and all the first covers of the different magazines from Central Eastern Europe. And for me, it's like a clear map because it's also showing which country in which year started what kind of publication, when colors show up, if it was more collective or more zine run by one artist or activist. So all this stuff were really interesting for me. Then with Queer Institute, I decided to not, and I never thought about something like a museum, but rather performative institution that is traveling across the world and showing popping up in a different context. For example, in Kyiv, Ukraine, I was showing the research dedicated to Belarus. Then again, you have the logo, you have some material, and my artworks related to that research. Then in Croatia, it's South Europe. I created the performance when I was in drag, and for all the opening hours of the museum, I was performing as a owner of the office that is explaining to visitors that the museum is super straight. There is nothing queer in the collection, and I can provide some information that help interpret the context of the art. So it was literally queering museum, and it was a performance, the whole day performance. It was interesting because when I started to develop the Queer Archives Institute project, I had invitations from places that I never been, like Colombia. My friend Juan Betancourt invited me to do an exhibition in Colombia, and for many months the local community were doing research. Also performances by queer anarchists were taking part of this. And we were playing with the idea of this logo and performative institution, again mixing materials from different contexts. Sometimes the Queer Archives Institute is more educational, like here you see in Croatia, Multimedia Culture Center. You have the tables, the videos, but also workshops. I work with the local activists. Sometimes they are bringing materials from a local context to the frame of the exhibition. It's usually very open. Here is the exhibition Museum, which is called Gay Museum, or rather LGBT Museum, the biggest in Europe. in Berlin, but the My Show was the first time when they present some materials from Central and Eastern Europe. They were focusing only on West, so France, Germany, Spain, and so on. And this is very typical form when I have a lot of different material, but I'm also using my painting abilities because I was trained as a painter to add my work related to historical figures to the exhibitions. So many times it looks like I'm a curator and you're entering group show. It's confusing for purpose because I'm juxtaposing my own artworks related to the queer history with the rough documental material. Here is part of my monographic show called The Power of Secrets. And again you see some photographs by other artists included in the installation of Queer Archives Institute. And it's another shot from this exhibition, but I wanted to present you this series of paintings that you see on the top. Colorful, expressionistic paintings made by me, the portraits of most famous non-heteronormative figures from politics, culture, art, from Polish history. Here's the series of gallery of portraits. There is many of them, and the whole idea was not only to introduce these figures from the past we know they were heteronormative, but to also create the new version of the portraits, like for the school. Again, education is very important to me, and how you really actually what I call my activism is that I'm trying to influence what will be in the future in the books, 5, 10, 15 years. How the kids understand the queer history as a part of the just history. And I'm trying to seduce them in a very visual way. That's how I see my role as a visual artist, also important in that process. The other big aspect of Queer Archive Institute, it's a series of video interviews, literally oral history, that it's a record of the older generation of LGBT people from the region, but because there is a big lack, not only representation of the black people in this archive, but also any examples of non-binary or transgender people, I decided to devote video interviews, especially for those groups, and also to female voices and lesbians. So I'm not going to showing you all the videos there on the website. You can check later. But just to tell you how I work, the rest of the interview was with Susanne Trapnik, lesbian activist, transgender activist, and fashion designer Romana Bantic. I also interviewed Érica in 2016 when I was in São Paulo, and it's a part of the collection, and very interesting narration touching upon the class issue, for example, which is really discussed in Poland in that context of transgender movement. And this is very important project for me. It was an interview with Eva Haluszko. She's very important historical figure fighting for democracy in Poland. It's also interesting that she was fighting the communist regime, and Érica was part of the opposition, kind of opposite political views, but their stories when you hear the interviews are very similar. And this is something that is very interesting for me to juxtapose these voices. So Eva Haluszko was part of the solidarity movement. We call it Solidarność in Poland, and only because in 2000 she made the first Poland full transition as a transgender woman. She became erased from the official history. So me as an artist, I decided not only to record many hours of interview with her, but also create a big scale painting replacing the cis-man leaders of the movement with her image, in the way that it's recalled the posters from the 80s, to again rewrite the history with the very strong contemporary visual tools that I'm using, which means painting. And this kind of strategy become very important for me. So we don't have time to talk about everything, so I'm just presenting a few projects, but it was important for me to say that It's artistic project. It's an institution that is very performative, and the idea to playing with that concept of archiving, of collecting, exhibiting, it's more complicated, and it's interesting to play also in a queer way, because I think it's not enough to say that you do a queer institution, but with the content, and then you just build a regular museum, but rather to think how queer in the form institution can be. This is a bit what Raymond was mentioning, and I think we can also discuss about that. The website is not really working well. That's why I'm advertising Instagram account, because I'm also putting the research almost in the same time when I'm traveling somewhere. So if you feel free to follow, I'm using English for that account. And also on Stories, you can see some part of the research that I'm doing in the different countries. Social media become very important for my institute, because it's easier to connect with the people from different countries, to sometimes getting amazing stuff for my collection, and also to sharing with others who want to work with me, like curators, artists, activists, and so on. In the future, of course, everybody had this dream to have a huge website with everything digitalized, everything accessible, but it's also difficult because of the language. Many of these materials are in the local languages, and even if you scan hundreds of these pages, like I have all the scans of every issue of Lampião, a Brazilian magazine, still it's not easy to access if you don't know the language. And yeah, I think that's it, and I hope we will talk about some more ideas during our discussion. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Carol.
Thank you, Carol. It's interesting to see the history of the Institute and how they mobilize people. Our next speaker is Jamal Batts, and he will talk I Cruise a Black Maze, Black Visuality, Queer Disorientation, the Siding of Risk. He's a PhD, scholar, curator, writer. His work reflects on the relationship between Black, queer, contemporary visual art and the intricacies of sexual risk. He's a University of California's President's Postdoctoral Fellow, a curator in residence at the University of Pennsylvania, a Robert Rauschenberg Foundation Scholar in Residence, a Ford Foundation Dissertation Fellow, an A1 National Lesbian and Gay Archives LGBT Research Fellow. His writing appears in publications such as the Catalog for the New Museums, Trigger, Gender as a Tool and a Weapon, Open Space, ASAP-J, and New Life Quarterly. Is a member of the curatorial collective, The Black Aesthetic. Questions should be sent on the YouTube channel. Over to you, Jamal.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and I'm so thankful and honored to have the opportunity to present my work today. So I'm going to share my screen and get started. To start, I am a Black gay man in a yellow camp collar shirt. Behind me are bookshelves filled with books, and on top of that are various artworks, posters, sculptures, and photographs and plastic plants. So I'll share my screen now. Today, I'll be presenting I Cruise a Black Maze, Black Visuality, Queer Disorientation, and the Sighting of Risk, in which I argue that Black queer artists utilize forms of chromatic Blackness and disoriented vision as erotic and gendered methods for elaborating racialized sexuality and their aesthetic considerations of queer public sex institutions. During the early AIDS crisis, these spaces, such as bathhouses, became sites of struggle. Were they liberatory bastions from violent homophobia or deathly spaces of viral transmission? LGBTQ organizers were ideologically splintered between those who argued they served a necessary libidinal function of sexual release for men and a pedagogical function in the fight for safe sex education, and those who saw them as merely epicenters for the AIDS crisis. Some queer theorists took a more nuanced approach to the bathhouse, fighting for its maintenance while cautioning against the burgeoning view that the space was non-exclusionary, egalitarian, and a model for ethics. However, this democratic bathhouse freedom dream has a hold on some contemporary scholarship on queer radical sexual risk-taking that does not fully account for the racialized, discursive, and material function of sexual risk. In this talk, I will consider how a cross-generational, multidisciplinary group of artists take up queer public sex, specifically the bathhouse and the public restroom, as key sites for the elaboration of racialized sexuality. I will chart the varying aesthetic and political stakes of these works as artists cross generations and mediums. I start by considering a 2017 experimental short video by Black lesbian filmmaker Tiana Nikia McLaden, whose work interrogates Black gay men's engagements with public sex during the AIDS crisis through her archival engagement with their poetry. I put her work in conversation with a network of HIV-positive gay male artists producing work in the late 1980s and early 90s, particularly the poetry of Essex Hemphill, who contemplates the navigation of risk-taking and public sex at the height of the crisis, and London-based South Asian photographer Sunil Gupta, who in 1999 takes a look back at the bathhouse experience and its reverberations. I then turned back to McLaden's video, which finds an unexpected or latent future within this lineage of queer artists working with the materials of public sex by addressing their work's gendered potential. Filmmaker and installation artist Tiana Nikia McLaden's 2017 experimental short video, The Labyrinth 1.0, is part of a multi-sided intervention into the archives of 3 Black gay men who died from AIDS-related complications and who produced work at the height of the AIDS crisis: composer Julius Eastman and the poets Essex Hemphill and Brad Johnson. Her engagements with Hemphill are gathered on a website titled A Fixing Ceremony: 4 Movements for Essex. The work was created during the 20th anniversary of Hemphill's death for A Day Without AIDS, the art world's activist response to the AIDS crisis founded in 1989. This is the second work McLaden provided for the project. The first was 2012's Bumming Cigarettes, a narrative short about a Black lesbian who awaits her HIV test results while navigating queer intergenerational kinship and her own mortality. Her third contribution, The Labyrinth 1.0, a 5-minute and 55-second poetic experimental short, was produced in response to her interest in the work of Black gay poet Brad Johnson. Johnson's out-of-print and unpublished works are housed at the Schaumburg Center for Research in Black Culture, New York Public Library, which McLaden visited. His work appealed to McLaden's sustained interest in the lives of Black gay men during the AIDS crisis and the author's participation in BDSM. Her work in this archive is also an attempt to put Johnson back into conversation with Hemphill after finding Johnson's published review of Hemphill's book of poetry, Ceremonies. Her engagements with Hemphill, Johnson, and Eastman compose what McLaden refers to as a triptych, which, if we take the descriptor literally, is meant to create poetic conversation amongst and between these artists while being attendant to the gaps that make them and their work distinct. One relation that binds McLaden, Johnson, and Hemphill's work is in a shared aesthetic interest in institutions of sexual desire. The labyrinth of the video's title is that of Johnson's poem titled The Labyrinth, published in 1995. Passages from the poem appear periodically throughout the video as captions that do not narrate, but accentuate its erotic, hectic, and suspenseful moving images. McLeod shares that the video work, quote, visually explores the concept of the labyrinth space as a site for cruising, end quote. McLeod shuttles the energies of the bathhouse labyrinth and intentionally disorienting dark and erotic architecture through her use of found footage of public restrooms long utilized by men for queer anonymous sex. The video uses 16mm surveillance footage from a restroom, 1970s pornography that looks to represent the scene of sex in the public toilets, and structuralist scenes shot by McLeod herself, who looks to, quote, place ideas around cruising and structuralism back into the Black body, end quote. McLeod says her goal with the video is to smash pornography or reveal the visual language that makes porn function as a representational and racial product. The video splices and rearranges footage, persons, figures, and objects, a procedure meant to dismantle as to reveal. The first shot itself is a revelation. The color bars of a video home system or VHS tape are displayed, appending the scenes of the video's visuality, the making of filmic images from color. But this initial flash of full color will be the last, as the video immediately drops us into a field of blacks, whites, and grays. The found 16mm surveillance footage McLeod utilizes was full color, but has been digitally rendered in black and white, increasing the dissidence of its already hazy character. The video begins with VHS static and signals that a tape is calibrating, giving this digital product the feel of an artifact from the 1970s, 80s, or 90s, the height of the Black gay cultural renaissance as coined by Darius Boast. Then the words play appear in all caps in the upper right-hand corner, signaling the viewer's anticipation for the moving image. Space, objects, and or bodies are expected to appear, and they will. But this dark static is in many ways the action and atmosphere of the video, a flittering mass of moving, shifting, and granular blacks, whites, and grays. The video's calibration hints at a clarity it never actually finds. At times, the actual film reel, marked by a projectionist to indicate the beginning or end of the film, is revealed to the viewer. In her smashing of pornography, McLeod is invested in showing the making and archival traces of what makes pornographic representation work, as well as its racializing mechanisms. Outside of this introductory field of billowing grays, the first image of the video is that of a swinging black door that reads "gentlemen," capitalized. This entryway into gendered space is only known as a door via the sign and its swinging, as the space around the door is so dark that only the sign is visible. McLeod's work enters and confronts the foundationally masculinist radical sexual energy of the bathhouse by introducing a queer figuration of the bodies in which that desire might live, and Blackness itself as a queer phenomenon for such an elaboration. Frantz Fanon, writing on film, concludes that, quote, whether he likes it or not, the Black man has to wear the livery the white man has fabricated for him, end quote, in cinematic representation. The experience of movie-going then becomes one of suspense for the Black man, being, quote, toys in the hands of the white man. They can't go to the movies without encountering themselves, end quote. As Kaguru Macharia recently reminds us, when Fanon says that the Black man in the world of sex is not seen as the phallus, but the penis itself, he is also arguing that the Black man is the penis in toto. This historical construction or mythology around the Black man as biological being lays the groundwork for how sexuality becomes a global epistemology, a representational matrices for how masculinity is framed, feared, and desired. Blackness as a covering, clothing, sheath, or livery elaborates pornography as implicitly racialized. And this can help us think through the workings of McClodden's saturating Blackness in the Labyrinth 1.0. McClodden uses a thick, layered, almost painterly impasto Black in her photographic and video work. Her first work dedicated to Johnson is a series of self-portraits titled Se te subió el santo, or Are You in a Trance? The book is dedicated to Brad Johnson, my liege. Face covered in a bondage mask, there are shots wherein McClodden's face appears only as shadow, a dark void of what might have been a person made indistinct from her short dreadlocks at times, all against a white background. This same tending toward Blackness appears in the Labyrinth 1.0, wherein figures often appear as if arriving out of a photographic negative, or indeed stuck in a state of utter blackened negativity. Blackness both as a space to hold sexual play and an unnameable desire, and as a screen, a place to project. 4 minutes into the video, lines from Johnson's poem appear in the upper left-hand corner of the screen over a pornographic bathroom scene. It reads, quote, "On down to long bullcock with glands, swelling succulent plum, smooth balls," end quote. Johnson's careful, longing, and detailed penile description poetically attends to a scene that doesn't provide as much clarity. It takes work to recognize to the right of the screen a man masturbating, shot from the waist down, and to his left, another pulling down his pants and revealing his penis. Much of these men's figures are blackened, as if smudged out with a permanent marker, redacted. Mostly in Black, the scene resonates with the ways in which Blackness as a device is rendered to make sex possible, knowable, violent, and pleasurable. Sex is here literally made out of the dark. Men of various races are pictured arriving to the bathroom to have sex, but it is the space of utter Blackness that they must cruise, cross through, or be touched by on the way to pleasure. Their visual arrival is oftentimes marked by their surprising appearance coming out of the shadows. Essex Hemphill provides his own take on the labyrinthian space of darkened public sex in his epic poem, Heavy Breathing. Released in 1992, in his 1992, now out of print collection, Ceremonies, quote, "The X2 is a risky ride," end quote. The lyric speaker of the poem observes about the experience of sharing the X2, a bus careening through the streets of Washington, D.C., with a, quote, "cargo of block boys, urban pirates, the Colt 45, and gold neck chain crew," end quote. The bus for the speaker is tantamount to a, quote, "slave ship," as he calls it. The ship exists as a haunt affecting the violence of Black life, even as there is, quote, "no white man nearby," end quotes, to blame for its consequence. Published in 1992, Heavy Breathing presents a grim depiction of Black life in DC. I argue that the poem's speaker meets the geographies of risk he associates with living in the gentrified afterlife of slavery with a well-cultivated sense of Black queer disorientation. He develops a sense of Black place appropriate to his environs and how they determine the directionality of violence and pleasure by looking at and feeling the world as a sconce. He works with Blackness or darkness as color and racial categorization to chart a sideways course for gender and sexuality, making a forceful stance that will not allow his desire, no matter how precarious or denigrated, to be denied. As he sees it, the geographies of the late 1980s and early 90s are marred by forms of racialized risk that are part and parcel of what it is to experience pleasure. Forms of material and psychic danger that follow him even into the pinnacle of gay male sexual liberation and ecstasy, the bathhouse, testing the bounds of freedom. The speaker's entrance into the bathhouse reads sexual risk-taking as it is informed by the production of space and the status of Blackness in the imaginary. He shares, quote, "I cruise a black maze, my white sail blowing full. I wind my way through corridors lined with identical doors, left ajar, slammed shut, or open to the dark. Some rooms are lit and empty, their previous tenant soon to be wiped away. Then another will arrive with towels and sheets," end quote. A number of concerns follow from these lines. First, there is the Black maze, the bathhouse itself, a labyrinthian space made for bewildered and unexpected pleasures, and the disorientation that marks the experience of Black queer life unmoored by the consequence of history, i.e., my white sail blowing full. The Black maze sets the scene due to its gesturing towards qualities of darkness and a bent or winding spatial orientation. This purposely confusing or dark space also gestures towards modes of obfuscation that offer counter narratives and visions available for experiencing spaces of queer liberation through risk-taking. Indeed, the quote, "lit and empty room" is possibly a memorial to the dead and dying, quote, "soon to be wiped away," as the speaker intones. The speaker observes of the bathhouse, quote, "At the end of heavy breathing, for the price of the ticket, we pay dearly, don't we, darling?" End quote. As Aliyah Abdur-Rahman notes, the poem's allusions to the price of the ticket and other texts by James Baldwin places Hemphill's work in a lineage of Black gay cultural production. But the line also turns on the revealing of the racial capitalist makeup of the bathhouse itself. As the speaker states plainly, quote, "We buy time here so we can fuck each other," end quote. The price of admission is made heavy by the epidemic, i.e. we pay dearly. Buying time also acts as a double entendre, as the act of pleasure seems to stave off death. But simultaneously, the elegiac tone of the poem may point to the act of buying time as tied to the exploitation or wasting of the buyer's time and labor in a racially stratified marketplace of desire. Within the context of Hemphill's poem, the bathhouse is no doubt a vex space for the Black patron, where one already off balance and navigating a bent line is always facing the possibility of pleasure, rejection, and decline in a crooked world. London-based South Asian photographer Sunil Gupta's work assumes a similarly ambivalent posture as to the bathhouse experience in his series of photographic diptychs titled From Here to Eternity. Gupta played a significant role in the production of Black diasporic cultural production in the 1980s and 90s as part of the Black arts movement in the UK. Though a contested formation then and now, political Blackness in the UK emerged in the late 1960s as a, quote, coalitional identity and practice adopted by working class Caribbean, African, and South Asian migrants based on their shared experience of British racism and the legacy of colonization, end quote, according to scholar Ashton Kinney. Gupta was present to capture and archive the diasporic networks that composed the Black gay cultural renaissance. He served as the still photographer on set for director Isaac Julian's 1989 signal film Looking for Langston, which featured the voice and poetry of Hemphill. Photographed and developed in 1999, From Here to Eternity comes just a few years after Hemphill's death from AIDS-related complications in 1995. Gupta's photographs mark the passage of time in the act of capturing his own body. He is HIV positive and, like Hemphill, produced works through the AIDS crisis, but lived long enough to experience the wide distribution of antiretroviral medications, fending off its deathly consequences. In the diptychs, Gupta places portraits of himself alongside photographs of the facades of operational and closed bathhouses he once patronized. His self-portraits catalog a temporary bout with illness brought about by HIV. He is photographed having his blood drawn, nude from the back, exposing the shingles on his right flank, receiving receiving assistance with a respiratory issue and lying on a bed shrouded as if pondering his mortality. Queer theorist Tim Dean argues that though bathhouses may not be a utopic space due to the fact that, quote, one might have contracted HIV at such a place, their allowance for, quote, comparatively non-propulsive interactions are, from a psychoanalytic perspective, healthy and beneficent, end quote. Gupta provides a queer color ambivalence toward the bathhouse risk and health, affording more questions than answers as he carries the experience with him while affirming his presence against the backdrop of so many institutions and people who are no longer here. Around the 1 minute mark in McClodden's The Labyrinth 1.0, a space is introduced that recurs throughout. A forward-facing shot of a white wall with 3 Black dividers screwed to it is pictured. And a smaller screen within a screen image imposed atop of this image, the same room is shown from the left. The space is made to give the impression of a restroom without the latrines. On the floor between the left and middle dividers lies the unattached handle for the urinal. The room is an archaeological breakdown of the artifacts of what might make up a tea room, not a tea room itself. A Black man and a Black femme figuration walk toward and into the makeshift stalls. Their movements are doubled by the screen within a screen. The man stands at the stall on the right while the butch femme takes the left. They are dressed identically in white t-shirts and Black jeans and leather boots. Together, they play Brad, a composite sketch that references but does not try to mimic the writer Brad Johnson. Under the entry for the word fetish in his The Pleasure of the Text, Roland Barthes writes, quote, "The text is a fetish object, and this fetish desires me. The text chooses me by a whole disposition of invisible screens, vocabulary, references, etc. And lost in the midst of the text, there is always the other, the author. As institution, the author is dead. But in the text, in a way, I desire the author. I need his figure, which is neither his representation nor his projection, as he needs mine," end quote. By rending the character Brad from the pages of Brad Johnson's work, McClodden probes the figuration of desire from the spectral author of Black gay male BDSM erotics. The film form lends itself to the repetition of a gestural logic McClodden uses to illustrate the potentialities of forms of passing darkened knowledge across time. At different moments throughout the video, the 2 Brads take cautious, furtive glances at and away from each other across the dividers. This movement at the crook of the neck grows more intentional and confident as Brad spends more time at the ghostly stall. Initially, furtive glances give way to the thirst of desire. This neck roll is always already riven with an expectation for violence, as much as it indexes the anticipation of possible release. If the video seeks to put ideas about cruising back into the Black body, this encounter elaborates as much about the imposition of state violence as bodily sensation as they do about a radical impulse for queer pleasure. What becomes a language across the surveillance footage captured without the participants' knowledge, and the pornography which fictionalizes the scene of the tea room for pleasure, is the need to look over one's shoulder. It is that constant turning of the neck that most circumscribes and defines the video's gestural logic, often during sexual encounters. Sex in the tea room is that of intense anticipation, sex that allows for quick obfuscation and escape. Even in the fixed situation of the pornographic scene, the men never remove their pants. Their underwear hang between their calves, their knee-high socks exposed. In its structural made erotic language, the tea room divorces itself from firm grounding. It stays fugitive and on the move, danger made manifest in movement. And I'm going to ask now about time. All right. So I have much more to say. However, I'm going to, due to time, I'm going to end with how I end my work, which is to say that through her looking back at the archive of Black gay creation and looking to the present and Black and future of gender, something I could talk about more that I'm leaving out in this iteration of the presentation. But through her looking back at the archive of Black gay creation and looking to the present and Black and future of gender, McLauden troubles what we might assume Blackness offers to a radical queer aesthetics of desire. Black queer artists in their multidisciplinary engagements with the dark and tilted space of queer public sex for the racialized subject offer cautionary, ambivalent, and possibly potentially radical ways for figuring desire. Hemphill elaborates how the racialism of the world outside finds its way into the space of queer liberation. Gupta troubles singularly nostalgic takes on the bathhouse through a radical ambivalence, and McLauden's filmic engagement with the archive of Black and public sex takes a look back that expands our gender conceptions of what we might look to bring into and make out of the future. Darkness and disorientation are well-crafted tools for the elaboration of a Black queer aesthetic radicalism. Thank you.
Obrigado, Jamal.
Thank you very much, Jamal. Thank you very much for a detailed presentation with the video and the poetry, bringing together gender and sexuality. I would like to remind you all that you may send questions or comments via the YouTube chat. But I would like to start with a question to all the three of you, and maybe on a topic that I think that connects all the presentations, which is the private and public areas, a number of problems related to the private experience. And when we are discussing the experience, the LGBT experience, and that is also in regards to the public sphere, the archives, the body experiences, and that affect public policies as well, such as AIDS. So I would like to hear from you about that relationship between the public and the private. Maybe we can keep the same order of the presentation. So I would like to start with Ramon, please. This is a very broad question. Maybe we can think about the closet metaphor as a regulation of the spheres, queer spheres, of about what is public and private, what can be fitted, what can you take to an archive, to a museum, for instance, when you have the memory of lesbian women and trans men. It's very difficult to find any records because they were not in the public area. Most of them were in the private places, private areas, reading clubs. So this will always be mediating the stories, everything that we can remember or not. And that also can be applied to trans memory. What we can see in terms of the public area is also what is controlling these bodies. We have records from the police, records from medicine, and that is going to show us how these bodies are present in the public places. So now about Black memories up to the 70s and 80s in Brazil, we will always have that record of those who got there. So it is interesting to see how this matches to the closets in which places we find that possibility. I know this is a very broad question, but you know that this is just a start. Perfect. Thank you very much. From Ramon, I think we can turn to Carol, please.
Yeah, I think this metaphor of closet is very good one, but it's also interesting to think about the public and private when we talk about the collections and how we gather the materials. So many of the people I was interviewing, or they gave me some donations for the archive, they have to be brave to be exposed, because the rest is because of the official homophobia prefer to not sharing this kind of materials. And then when it become a collection, it's also the threat that if it come to the museum, like in Poland, with such a homophobic, officially homophobic government, that the archives could be lost. So it's again the private queer community's responsibility to keep them, and not, in the same time, not making them so visible and public. And it's a constant paradox. When I was showing my paintings, I was also, I would like to reflect to this situation when, through exhibiting this in the public institutions, I'm giving the visibility, but also it's a lot about the representation of only important figures, public figures. And then the private ones are always hidden in an anonymous crowd. So it's also another issue of how this private sphere is protecting many identities from being exposed anyhow.
Obrigado, Carol. A gente passa para o Jamal.
So now, Jamal, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm really interested in this private-public distinction, especially as it pertains to Blackness for one, and queer public sex, and queerness in general, and thinking about the ways that queerness and Blackness have oftentimes been under consistent or constant surveillance. And in the case of these queer public sex institutions, nationally, there's a long history of vice patrols and policing cracking down and surveilling these institutions. And Blackness has oftentimes been thought of as a threat, a danger, a risky figuration, and also subject position at times. So I'm thinking about how the ways that we think of the public never really exist in any stable form for Blackness and queerness. I'm also thinking about the fact that in these institutions that I'm considering, whether they be public restrooms or bathhouses, how oftentimes they're thought of as spaces for public sex, and many of the ways that these are kind of thought of as these kind of democratic institutions are through that, because even in a kind of privatized space such as the bathhouse, where one might have to pay for entry, it looks to mimic or take in the form of public sex. It tries to mimic it in many ways. So I'm interested in how that takes shape and what is made possible in those spaces, and how that in itself also troubles what these institutions sometimes can trouble, also that distinction between what is public and what is private, and how that those definitions can't hold in some things. So, yeah.
Obrigado, Jamal. A gente tem uma pergunta do público.
Thank you, Jamal. We have a question from the audience, and I think the three of you can comment. It could be addressed to all of you. They're asking you to talk about homophobia and the myth that AIDS was or is a homosexual disease. I think you kind of touched up on that already, but if you can comment a little bit more about this stigma, so we can follow the same order, please. Ramon?
Vamos lá. Acho interessante ver... eu acho que está repetindo a tradução.
This is interesting to see. It's interesting to see in Brazil. So before we started having cases in Brazil, we did hear about it by the international media. So the first news that we had about HIV/AIDS was associated to GRID. The audience's that would include homosexuals, bisexuals, Haitians, that also that were brought in as Black people, and also drug addicts that used injected drugs and other groups. So this was the risk of the foreigner. In Brazil, the main group related to that was the homosexual community. And it was called in Brazil as the gay cancer or the pink gay pest. Since the 80s, the homosexual communities tried to change that, affirming that there was no scientific basis. So it was propagated as a panic, and it is feared that any time this attack to LGBT or Black communities comes up, and this comes back again. We have seen that in 2017 and 2018 on the cover of a Brazilian magazine using already that a new possibility of prevention and the reinforcement of the promiscuous sexual practices, especially among Black. So what we see, not only homophobia, but also racism. And then that also in the 80s involved the travestites. And so that is known also as a period of time where travestites were not well seen.
In Brazil, we have this external model, but also there were people like immigrants and also migrants. So the city center was also a moment where the people from the northeast of Brazil were exposed to this. Thank you, Ramon.
Yeah, in Poland, it's in Poland it's interesting because I even remember from my teenage years that it was in the 90s very connected with the drug addict people. So that was the part of the main kind of campaigns and what you could see in the TV. But it was more rather like the gay issue was still a taboo. And plus the pandemic was not that, they didn't have such a big impact in Poland particularly. And also it was very interesting to see the way it was addressed, when it was addressed to gays or homosexual people, that it was literally addressing that it's coming again from the West. Even AIDS was written in slang as Adidas, like something with the capitalistic, ugly Western culture that coming to communist Poland and then to the new Poland, but it was this link was really visible. And at the very beginning, when they addressed homosexuality, it was in a very old-fashioned way, like the official communist posters, the end of the 80s were presenting the quotes from the ancient Greek vase because there was no visual representation of gays somehow.
Nossa, que curioso isso. Interessante.
That's very interesting. Thank you, Carol. Jamal, can you now, please?
Yeah, I'll certainly respond to the question. I think that, for one, there's a lot of really great and interesting work coming out about the ways that HIV/AIDS has, for one, never been a gay men's disease in particular, how there are a number of populations, people who have been affected by HIV and HIV/AIDS. And I'm thinking about a lot of that work and how it's centered around these looking back at archives and thinking about the ways that HIV has always been conscripted to racialized populations, how it's always, I'm thinking about Ramon brought up the case of Haiti, for instance, and how it's always one of the ways that it's been thought about it's a gay men's disease, but also it's a Black disease in some ways, and how those intersections have played out, but oftentimes not in ways that are thought of it to bring about care, but in ways that are brought to segregate and punish. So I'm thinking about those histories in connection with the question, but I'm also thinking particularly about why I'm interested in someone like Tiana Nakia McClodden's work, who expands this narrative through the question of desire about who is affected by this pandemic and what histories might be overlooked. Histories of care for those with HIV/AIDS, done oftentimes by Black women, Black lesbians, in community with Black gay men, and thinking about using that work to kind of expand narratives that might not be there or might, because of surveillance, exist in kind of poetic fragmentary forms that can be expanded upon. So I'm thinking about how that narrative can kind of shift to include those who aren't just not kind of reproducing this narrative of it only being a Black gay man's disease. So that are in certain ways, because I think that it does get conscripted in that way, especially in the United States.
Obrigado, Jamal.
Thank you, Jamal. I was wondering that your research, your work has points of connection. This interest in archives and Rahman, and also fiction, the fabric of memory, and also in Jamal's work. I was wondering if you had comments or questions about each other's presentations. I think there are many points of contact between your work. So if you feel like asking anything or any comment that you would like to make, please feel absolutely free. Well, one thing that I think we could discuss is the themes that were brought up, like Carol thought about what is the global South or the global North. And so these categories that we end up distinguishing, and what he showed was so interesting. I mean, the European, East Europe, and then Brazilian aesthetic, or even about the memory, what circulates globally and what is specific to us, to our territory. When we think about transvestite art and how this is also characterized by our own indigenous aesthetics and diasporic aesthetics, and how in our narratives this is totally colonized. We always mentioning people from the United States and Europe, and we know very little about our own production. So how do you see this when you think about an European or Eastern European production, or US production? How about your tradition, colonial traditions? How do they affect this trend?
Quem quer começar?
Who would like to start?
Okay, so maybe I would just briefly tell about this. It's interesting concept, and I still don't know, because as I mentioned, in Brazil, it was also confusing for people, because naturally they would say like, okay, it's rich Europe, so it's North. But being from Eastern Europe and experiencing democracy just for 2 decades and a half and so on, was really a different experience for me. We were colonized by Russian Empire, USSR, and then this stories from the West, but West for us, it's both Western Europe and North America, were really implemented through the activism. Like whenever I'm traveling to Ukraine or Belarus, neighboring countries, or in Poland, all activists are treating very natural that the most important reference is the rainbow and the Stonewall riots, and that was kind of a, like, they imposed that this is a kind of global queer reference that we have to take it for granted. And what I'm trying to do with my research is introducing a different words and different dates in time. For example, Ryszard Kisiel that I mentioned in my presentation, this early activist, he told me that because in Poland gets its independence in 1918 only, in 1932, we were one of the first countries in the world that decriminalized homosexual acts. So it was never criminalized again. And it was the only country in the whole Eastern Bloc. So because of that, in the 70s, when they heard about the Stonewall riots, they were thinking what kind of gay rights they could fight for and what would mean in the communist Poland at that time. And this discussion is completely not relevant for the younger people now, because they see that the Rainbow, Netflix, Stonewall, it's this kind of most important part. So I feel like they are colonizing themselves with the rainbow colonization that's coming from the United States. And this is constant question that it's coming when I'm traveling in a region. I also saw the exhibitions that are comparing South America and Eastern Europe in terms of the visual arts, like MoMA in New York had a show about abstract art, but I never heard about this connection of in terms of the queer movements or queer activism. And I think it's interesting to build this parallel against the geography, to use this queer geography. For example, when I was doing an interview in Brazil with Jean-Sylvier Trevisan, there was almost the same story like with Richard Kischel when he was starting first gay zine in the country. And I think it would be really powerful, and it's a part of this work of rewriting this history also in the terms of geographical geography.
Muito legal, Carol. Obrigado.
Well, that's nice. Very good. Thank you, Carol. Jamal, how about your comments? What would you like to contribute with Ramon's discussion or provocation?
Yeah, I think that it's extremely important, and I think that to expand upon the ways that even our challenge, what I'm trying to do as I work on this project is challenge myself to expand what those queer geographies look like and who the work can speak to, or to be care for the work in a way that I am thinking of its specificity, how one language or way or narrative or history or way of thinking about the HIV/AIDS crisis might not translate into another space. And I think that being very attendant to the work and its particularities and its own histories is my way of thinking through what you bring up, is about this difference between the specificity, but also being attendant to what I would be most interested in, which is Black diasporic narratives. When I say, when the activist call in the United States is to remember that the HIV/AIDS crisis has not ended, that it's still not going, that it's not something that's in the past, but is a history that continues to have impacts. How does that resonate in Brazil or in other spaces? To think about that question and its importance to my work, but how that narrative could be the same or different in specific places is of interest to me. So that's why I'm taking up the work of someone like Sunil Gupta, for instance, to think about how these narratives can be troubled or expanded or made more vital and rigorous by thinking about across different geographies in the work.
Ouvindo vocês falarem, eu fiquei...
Well, when I heard you speak, I thought about memory that also connects these 3 points. And I thought about the importance of fiction in building this memory. What do you think of the importance of fiction to build a memory of LGBTQI plus communities? And I think maybe we could follow the same order. Ramon first, and Carol and Jamal. Well, I like to hear everyone else before I speak, but anyway, Carol's work is very interesting because it shows the importance of fiction for us to preserve our narratives, especially, I mean, when it's about, reminding people, of important figures, and also of building utopias. A living collection has the role of expanding the present, not only getting reasons to reminisce and remember our past memories. And what Jamal has just said, it's interesting to rethink other territories and where our stories come from, and also the diversity of gender and sexuality in contemporary Brazil, a country where our president, Bolsonaro, how can we, in a way, respond to this? And this response could be anchored in our memories. I like to quote Cazuza, and maybe the best answer to the crises that we have with HIV/AIDS is to fictionalize our people, our possibilities, based in that's the basis of our aesthetics and culture. Thank you, Ramon. Carol, in your case, maybe you could comment about this mix of your archives and the archives of the places where you're showing your queer archive institutes, so that specificity, this selection, this crossing or matching of the things that you find.
Yeah, it took me some time to understand that I was really under the pressure of the straight tools of imposting history, because I felt that I have to find the proofs. I have to find the documents to prove that we exist and that there are photographs and materials. And that was really going to nowhere somehow, because you will not, never gonna make the proofs they want, the conservatives want. They want color picture of penetration of particular person, and then maybe they will consider that they are not heteronormative, but never to the very end. So I kind of postponed that, and I decided to really play heavily with the fiction and fantasy and building traces myself. So when I work, I also do a lot of films that are between documentary and fiction, and what I explain about my paintings, it's also a bit the same, that the documentary aspect is very important, but when it's coming together with the fictional part, it becomes really confusing, but strong. And then I think this is the only chance also to build kind of narrative that can give hope for the younger generations, because you're not always playing ping pong with conservatives, but rather building utopia that give you a freedom and space to create your own life, your own narrative. This is what I was missing the most when I was a kid in the communist Poland, living in a small town. And the other aspect, it's the way I play with the institutions, especially art institutions. I'm using this display of vitrines, cabinets, tables, white cube, and how you play with that museum aesthetic, even by appropriating their collection, appropriating their spaces, and confusing people in the choreography they used as an audience by entering the institutions. So that's a big part of my work too, like performative fantasy that I'm including in my work. And I think it's literally queer, the fantasy, the potentiality, the change. Yeah.
Obrigado. Jamal, por favor.
Thank you, Jamal. Over to you.
Yeah, I'm really interested in this question of fantasy, and I really like Carol's answer. I'm thinking about how the use of fiction can allow for a kind of dream space for a new generation, how it produces a certain kind of futurity. I'm also interested in the ways that the work I'm looking at, for instance, the work of McLaren, how it's instancing a figuration of desires that might be unspeakable or have been unthought because of the ways that a kind of masculinist, cisgender representation of gay sexuality or queer history has been forefronted. And I think that it gives a way through desire, through the figuration of Brad in this instance, to think about how there's a certain kind of play with desire that can exist as unnameable, and Blackness, as I call it in the paper, kind of genderqueer functionality of Blackness, can allow for a protrusion of different modes of thinking about what desire can be that might be outside of the narratives that are given to us. So I think that fiction in that way, if we can think of that as fiction, is crucial to thinking about desire, is crucial to thinking about how queer lives can't necessarily be held by the archive in any kind of linear historical framework. So I think that that is the kind of importance of making it up as you go, as one might say, the importance of the aesthetic even, to thinking about queer histories.
Obrigado, Jamal. Você falou uma coisa interessante agora, que é uma espécie de mudança.
Thank you very much, Jamal. You said something interesting now, which is like of a change in criteria to build narratives, knowledge archives, and you talked about desire as something crucial for these new narratives. Can you comment on that a little bit more? Because I think that has to do with things that all of the three of you said. It's not only enough to reproduce archives or, but we also have to think about other non-linear ways to build, to develop this memory. If you can elaborate a little bit more on that, it would be great. And then we'll be turning to our final questions.
Yeah, I think I'll keep it brief. I think that oftentimes queers of color are put in a kind of violent situation where you have to cater to a certain morality play around how you present yourself or queer populations in order to protect oneself. It's a necessary venture at certain times in order to protect communities, and in order to make certain political gains. However, I think that desire is that space that is one of the most important factors that brings queers together in a certain way, whether that be desires for a new world or sexual desires or the entwining of those two things. So I'm thinking about how making new narratives that are centered around desires in the broadest sense, can give us new ways of expression, being together, ways of thinking about relationality, as pleasurable or tortured as that relationality may be, as a way of thinking about how queers can organize or think about the future or create new aesthetic possibilities. So I think that desire is essential and important to me in that way.
Perfeito, obrigado.
That's perfect. Thank you. Carol, I think that now we can hear you. Can you talk more a little bit about that? You also mentioned, not repeating the same criteria and when creating this memory. So if you can comment on new criteria in terms of the art practice and building new knowledge. I know you have different practices. You are a magazine editor and you change things and you create other narratives. If you can comment on different criteria to develop knowledge based on your experience, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll maybe just briefly refer to the desire, because I also think it's important, and it's interesting when we think in the terms of the homonormativity, or this kind of self-censorship or censorship related to the queer and sexual desires, that is very present when we think about the history and archive. Just to give you an example, this Ryszard Kisho that I was mentioning several times and his amazing archive, I was happy to rediscover this to the world, to Poland, but it was possible only because even the LGBT activists were asking this person where there was galleries they were meeting or cafes, but they were asking him to never mention any sexual activities, kind of castrating him to presenting for the society positive image. And it's always present somehow with these relations to the history. It's the same with the figures that we learn in the school, big composer, poets. Sometimes their identity, it's crucial for their work, but it's castrated and censored because of the norms, and both straight norms and homonormativity, and the norms that are imposed by the community that want to please the society. And by these new forms, I could say that I'm experimenting with them and I'm thinking what it could be. But in the same time, I have to be honest that the biggest desire of the LGBT activists in all the country I visited, it's to have the proper concrete building in the center of city dedicated to LGBT museum, accessible with particular objects, and all this performativity, fantasy, it's make them nervous. It's not what they really desire, at least majority. So it's really, sometimes people are saying that they're disappointed with Queer Archive Institute because it's not real. The archive is real, but you can't access it like in a museum. And they always think that it's a step that we have to very fast make another step to make the institution. What I'm trying to do is rather keep that playful moment when you experiment with this on every possible level, also with the way I produce the catalogs or books or the magazine. I think it's very important, and yeah.
É muito interessante isso que você comentou de uma expectativa.
Very interesting what you said about that expectation that people have in terms of an institutional performance for the Queer Archives Institute, and sometimes they get frustrated. And so, Roman, I ask you the same thing. Can you comment on these different knowledge fields that you go over? You have a PhD for the medical school, but you have a master's in education and you have a degree in psychology. So thinking about the criteria that come up from our experience, if you can tell us your story, going through different knowledges. Yes. And also talking about desire, because I think this is very important, not only sexual erotic desire, but also that driving desire. When we created this archive, one of the initial discussions was not that would be, a traditional archive to find evidences to produce a story that would be linear or not. A segmented archive. So that was not the idea. What we wanted was to really have a collection. The collection is the space for the area for the desire. It is something that will delight you in when you are a child, or when you receive a collection of a lesbian, when you have a CD from a lesbian singer, from different periods of time, that something that has driven a person to collect that. That's amazing. That is powerful in terms of identification, of being recognized as a lesbian living in São Paulo, and that made that person turn to this community, and that has the unique, singular aspect and collective one. And when we talk about, a traditional archive, we end up losing people. When you have a theme discussion, you might lose the particularities and the stories of these people in the communities, and the fiction, and it's not something global, and that in fact it doesn't exist. So I think the delightfulness of the collector, yes, in my first collection was from the Spice Girls, and it was something that it was really identified with, and it allowed me to go into there and identify myself. So this is the desire, that is the delightfulness of the collection, and it will allow you to be powerful and create whatever you want to safeguard it, to protect it. And I think that's it. Thank you very much. We have 10 extra minutes. I would like to know if you have any other comments or if you would desire to say anything else. And let me see if I have any questions from our audience. Let me check. So I think we will end this panel a little bit earlier. I would like to greatly thank you very much for your presentations. They were amazing. I think we have a lot to talk about. I would like to invite you all to be back to the seminar in the afternoon. We will have Daniele Balbi, Érica Sarmet, and David Ribeiro will be the moderator. And I would like to thank everyone that helped us in making the seminar possible. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Boa tarde a todo mundo que nos acompanha.
Good afternoon, everyone who's joining us. This is our final panel in the seminar, Histories of Diversity. I'm Davi Ribeiro, assistant curator at the MASP Museum. I'm a cis black man with dark skin. I have curly black hair. I have a beard. I'm wearing a headphone, and behind me you see a bookcase. On behalf of the organizers of this seminar, I welcome everyone who's following us and has followed us so far, and also our speakers, Daniele Balbi and Érica Malunguinho, who will talk to us in the final panel of this seminar. Before turning over to Daniele Balbi, our first speaker, I have some announcements to make. First, the certificates will be available for those who complete the form from the link that will be available on in the chat section on YouTube. So just keep an eye on our chat so that you get the link and complete the form to get your certificate of participation. It's also, the chat is also open for your questions, which will be answered at the end of their presentations. We also have simultaneous interpretation for those that want to listen to us in English and also Brazilian Sign Language. I'll now turn it over to Daniele Balbi, but before that, let me introduce her. She holds a PhD in Science of Literature from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. She teaches at the School of Social Communication of the same university. She studies economic sciences at the Veiga de Almeida University, and she's a doctoral student in communication and aesthetics at the Communication School of the Federal University of Rio. Dani, you have the floor. Thank you, Davi and Érica, for inviting me. It's great to be here. I'm a Black woman. I have a white coat. I'm wearing braids. Behind me, I have a board with family photos. My talk today is about capturing movement of the LGBTQ plus and the trans people in the last few years based on audiovisual material that is produced this decade, in particular, comparing two major works for Brazil, and that's Deserto Particular and Balcões de Madonna, and movies that are about the relationship between people in a historical perspective, and also people related to LGBT phobia, gender identity, the elements of desire and manifestation of their identities. I chose this topic for a few reasons. As a producer, operator, and artist in audiovisual, I, of course, relate to this theme, and also the materiality of the audiovisual production. And this production, I believe, is an element of culture. I believe it's a special place to investigate the vicissitudes of our times, especially because this is the material that has most adherence and penetrates more social layers. The same material that is a bridge for communicating with a layer or a class or a group, but then it overflows the predicted target. In other words, audiovisual production is more popular with fewer limitations. And then as a trans woman, and being a trans woman, I think about how these cultural elements talk about our saga, our fight for dignity, for citizenship, for being present in the course of time and history. So people, as we all know, these people are pushed away from the centers of acknowledgement of citizenship by means of very cruel devices, including murder. When you consider the raids of transvestite killings in the world, it has been increasing. And so we see this dispute or clash in which it is impossible to dissociate the progress of barbarianism and capitalism persecuting marginalized groups, especially with people with sexual orientation that is dissident or gender identity that is dissident. In other words, LGBTQI plus people. So I have chosen a theoretical corpus and methodologies that are related to what we usually call in the tradition of cultural criticism, a culturalism, post-structuralist culturalism with a materialistic orientation. And that involves culture scholars related to the School of Frankfurt, that, and also with other figures, other culture scholars, especially English scholars. I'm talking about Grammar Williams and others. So I'll start by some challenges to the production of MASP that will, in a way, relate the phases of investigation of the differences and how they manifest. And one of the texts that were chosen in this investigation involved the theses on historical contexts in which this scholar proposes a answer to the challenge to cultural documents, literature in general, cinema, which, as we are talking about audiovisual material, theater, poetry. So these cultural elements are both elements of barbarianism. How can culture be a redemption, a place of communion and encounter and acknowledgement of a particular part of humanity that is not the base, but is just based on a social agreement, and as a result, more powerful and historically affirmed. And then at the same time, culture as a place that retain marks, or in these cultural documents, these are markings of a movement of barbarianism. And that means that all cultural products, as products of human sensitivity, as historical products of cultural groups that aestheticize life in the best possible way, less critical in the work of Bento. This is geared toward a humanity, but a purged humanity. This is a place where civilizations will recognize themselves as producers of something that nourishes that spirit and plays this historical role of in moments of low density where crisis or crises are triggered. They propose communion, or that principle of civilization or civility, not in romantic times, but in the sense that people or social beings that belong to those cultures acknowledge them, each other, and are willing to build something that has an aesthetic function and that are concrete and that might elevate them in their principles and their relationships in the same document, which is the scope of the civilization that is problematized and put into perspective at the same time in the same writing. This civilizational effort is also a trace of a previous fight of barbarianism that is established or is not yet taking place, of a fight or clash, a movement of violence and domination that went unnoticed or was captured as a tragedy. Overall, this statute of or level of these cultural documents like Benji and also Adorno and Ockheimer and others, and later on, and Jameson and Graham Williams, especially, they're present in their works too, and they will investigate how that which drives us or that brings us together and that sensitizes us, and also that this is a confession of a moment that is a future moment or a present moment in which people, individuals, were or are being oppressed and marginalized. Every cultural product and every civilization, even before culture, is a result of fights. And this is one of the assumptions of this investigation vein, and also of cultural criticism. All elements in culture are a result of a fight between social groups. Not only social groups, in strictly speaking, in the terms of dialectic materialism, groups that have specific material needs in a scarcity of resources, they organize themselves to conquer each other. In this related to the social economic formation of society. This too, of course, but in the same sense as you built this civilization, which is important for us to construct a civilization that perpetuates in human groups that perpetuate along history and reproduce themselves along history. So this structure of immediate domination should lead to a super structure for domination. It is impossible to sustain or to argue that a particular group that identifies itself or was identified in the path of the production of these processes as marginalized groups that live and express in a particular way and are marginalized because of these features. It's impossible to allow, for a long time, it has been impossible to allow this group to be still marginal without this reinforcement that are part of our collective imagination. These efforts are not presented only as propaganda that is more gross, or a propaganda that persecutes domination. Some religions have this role of grotesque reinforcement of political positions, especially in moments of crisis, civilizational crisis. But also these cultural documents and even explicit propaganda, they will reinforce unexpectedly, insidiously, subreptitiously, the idea that a group is identified because it has a particular feature or it expresses in a specific way that this group, as a result, is inferior to the others. This movement of comparative otherness leads to privilege or hegemony, or the commanding group that has power, money, wealth, a group that we tend to identify as the people that exercise power and have natural privileges. And then the other group by means of very subtle mechanisms that are reinforced through culture, is seen as the group that needs to be marginalized, oppressed, violated, and even murdered. And this overall is linked to the major theme of my talk. And this is how a standardization of life, of the sex life of transvestites in the last few years, in the last 10 years, has become in these cultural documents and audiovisual material in particular as a problem. Because, as we have noticed in the last few years, in this material, there's reinforcement of aestheticization of life in the sex life of transvestites, both in Brazil and worldwide. And this process of aestheticization is not grotesque, quite the contrary. Many works, including that they tend to hyper sensitize the tragedy of the life of transvestites in all the forms of relationship that we have with this oppressing or violent world, reinforcing macro, structural, or intersubjective aspects. And what we have seen the last 10 years was an attempt to overcome this stereotyping of transvestite sexual activities. However, the strongest element of this process is that which is not revealed on the face of it. And this is a dialogue with stereotyping, which is one of the elements that at its limit will build the perpetuation of our oppressions. So with this, we understand this analysis of this material and this perspective, not as condemnation, not even as worshiping, but also as a complex contradiction. And I'll summarize this to try to make it even clearer. In the last few years, we have seen many works in audiovisual material that places at the core of their problematic of fight and conflict the experience of transvestites. And in all these works, what we have seen is an attempt to rescue dignity in terms of how you understand these characters and a whole life of trans people and transvestites. And in these paths of searches, tentative searches, you see an attempt to move away from this reduction to stereotypes that we can, that's how we can understand the tragedy of our times, because again, this document, which is building collective sensitivity and also shedding light on a group that historically marginalized and oppressed, especially in the last 10 years, is a cultural document that is that can be worshipped by its efforts, but also one that photographs or makes clear the situation of barbarianism and fight, of dispute, actions from a social and historical perspective, tragic or at least highly problematic. I'll now start to mention other points, perspectives that help us understand what I want to talk about in this talk. One of the materials that I use as reference to understand the oppression of women and the construction of a reduction of the public space of women that is constantly reinforced along history, the reproduction of this mode or means of living in capitalism, is Engels' work, which tries to trace, with many problems, of course, but it tries to trace a history of the construction of the homosexual gender identity. This is a tool that will provide space for men, cis, straight white men in the public sphere dominating all these spheres, and that make the material life of human beings that determines the human the life of all these human beings. So from private property and the sexual division of labor. And then there's we refer to biological data, and that's the role of cis women that they need to develop as they set their lives, configure their lives in society.
And then cis straight white men part away from that and dominate women. And this is not enough. And then I turn to Simone de Beauvoir. When she talks about the dialectic materialism in the second gender, and she moves forward here. And that dispute that started with Marcus, starting on the observation and a morphology, dividing male and female, it's much broader than psychology, because in order to move forward in reproduction, mythification, and in superstructure and cultural symbols that oppress these groups and make the society to reproduce itself, it's important that these symbols are strong enough to be internalized in our daily lives, and so that they can take us to replicate certain oppressions that will ensure the system of oppression in general. That's when the idea or the ideas about being women and about oppressing women or becoming women as a fight or resistance or affirmation, and also denial in case of a denying society, that come into Beauvoir's theme. There is a chapter in which she talks about the love for women, and that's also a chapter where there are a few problems, as I understand that, but it dialogues with something that is consolidated in the beginning of the past century, which is the idea of the mythification of the feminine. And that is an answer to all the sets or those ghost symbols that are products of this superstructure and that help define history and in an oppression march, and that places as human beings that should serve men in all areas, private, domestic, and the expansion and expression of fantasies and desires, and so on. And further on, Betty Freedom, she defines a term in the topic in a book that for many women was very important, that was crucial in the 70s, that also dialogues with assumptions from Marxism and other assumptions by which Simone de Beauvoir also elaborates on building, constructing a feminism that helps us understand gender roles and the development of gender identity as something much broader than the biological reduction. And why am I saying all that? Let me start finishing my talk. When we think about that material of audiovisual material, and we think about travestites and women, and we see that the best works in this area are directly related to an attempt to overcome that reduction of the gender roles that transsexual and travestite women should be having, and which are these roles. And they dialogue with that idea that we are human beings that are constructed in order to serve the fantasies and desires, all desires of white straight men. So these men that are in a dominant position in society, that are in this privileged role. So, and that is a very problematic issue, because when we are seen as those lives that in general need to serve the demands in terms of desire, satisfaction of these men, we are, because of that, also constructed as something disposable because of a flash desire that is attributed in also in the prostitution market. But this is a desire that is going to give more life to this ordinary life that will be maybe a comical relief also in this bourgeois saloons, that will also allow this reduction in the role of these women, and specifically the cinema will talk to that as well. We have a number of works that picture travestite women, and many of them Pose and other ones that will try to address this issue in terms of representation. But all of that dialogue with that role, which is to have it for all women, and that transsexual travestite women have been induced to take this place, to go away from the suppression of the bourgeois. Always be either by the means of a real sexual act, or by a presence for a projection of fantasies. In Elvis and Madonna, what is at play, and that's an audiovisual work from 2010, directed by Lafitte. And we have here a relationship of a lesbian woman that does not have the hegemonic femininity, and a travestite woman that has desires and dreams that go away from the areas where that person could be as a powerful human being, dialoguing with the whole issue. And what is interesting here is that we realize that they go at the same time, they perform some aspects, and they reinforce in a way that collective imaginary aspect, both the lesbian character that has that fight with the violent society and is compelled to an expression of non-femininity, and it's almost as toxic masculinity, and the transsexual travestite woman that dreams and desires and about the sublime moment by the construction of a show. That problem, that element that dialogues with the stereotype is then addressed by another element, which is an achievement, the possibility of an effective relationship in terms of a relation that's not homosexual, non-hegemonic. Further on in 2021, just last year, to conclude now, we have the private desert. And here I'm looking for some references. And if we have time, I can go into them so that we can talk a little bit more about each aspect of them, because they do have an aspect of fight and also of achievements. But that's very important to all of us. And why? Because we are in an acute crisis here in Brazil, as well as an international crisis. And what is the capital international crisis for the travestite LGBTQA+? Maybe never before or not as clear over history. In a recent history in capitalism, transsexual and travestite have been placed in a position of such a huge persecution. We are scapegoats, so that by comparison, the reinforcement of toxic masculinity could rise and therefore reclaim and claim that oppressing position. Also, and that's a moment of the fight of travestite and LGBTQIA+, and by the recognition of that full citizenship, you can see that barbaric element is also followed, and just in the same intensity by a movement of our own citizenship and our own human aspects. So this other movie called Deserto Particular talks about a straight white man that is very violent, that used the state ideological devices, and here in the movie, the police, and then he's caught in his void, existential void, and ends up having a relationship with a transsexual woman. And I agree with a lot of criticism here. So it's what they have to do here in this movie. But the most interesting comment here is that it's a second comment, second problem that I see in the movie. It was laterally identified, but I think it is the most productive and latent. And it is the fact that being the protagonist, the white straight man, the transsexual woman is used in the movie as a redemption element. It seems to me, now just, moving to the end of my presentation, and we can discuss that later. So analyzing that movie, and I did like the movie, I have to admit that. So what is formulated in the trajectory of the main character is an attempt to cry for help in a male patriarchal structure that oppresses the straight white man in its need of using violence, and he doesn't even have any elements to deal with it. And then there is an escape, which is the trajectory of the main character himself, so that he can go and look for something that, being very strange, will allow him to express his desire, and therefore will allow him to free himself from the suppression. And that's a woman, a woman that is dialoguing in this character with several elements of the female mythics. It's a different woman, a transaction, and by meeting this woman, he finds that all his limitations related to the feminine idea construction, and also the idea about gender identity, and also LGBT phobia, all of that can be overcome. So that woman redeems him and frees him from this oppression. And he is suffering his oppression because he needs to be an agent, and he a well-succeeded agent of this oppression. And that woman, even being developed as someone that is not as so symbolic as in other works, it can be used as a perspective of redemption of that part of that fascism, that, and but also is placed as an object. So our human aspect and the snapshot of our sensitiveness as citizens would be in this structural movement that can be expressed if allows a redemption path for the white straight man that lives in a crisis scenario in which the increase of violence and oppression also is an oppression for him. This is the main problem of this movie for me, and I think that's what we need to elaborate more. And I will end my talk here. We can talk more later. Thank you very much, Daniele, for the interesting topics you raised about audiovisual. And not only that, it's much more. And I am sure we are going to have interesting topics for our debate in a few minutes. Now I turn the floor to Érica Malunguinho. She's an educator and cultural activist and holds a master's degree in art history. She became the first trans state representative elected in Brazil in 2018 with more than 55,000 votes in the state of São Paulo by the Partido Socialismo e Liberdade. She is the head of the Council for the Defense of Human Rights, Citizenship, Participation, and Social Issues at São Paulo's Legislative Council. Born in the state of Pernambuco, she lives in São Paulo now for 17 years. Before going into politics, she worked in children and youth education and was largely involved in teachers training. She's also famous for having conceived in the central region of the city of São Paulo an urban quilombo known as Aparelha Luzia, a territory for Black arts, culture, and politics, also seen as an aesthetic political installation, an area of affection and a biome for Black intelligence. Now I turn the floor to Érica. And please do send your questions and comments via chat. Thank you very much. Érica, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Érica Malunguinho. I am a transsexual Black woman. I have dreadlock hair for 14 years. I am wearing what we call a white blouse. And I am also wearing red lipstick. It's a pleasure to be here. Dani, you are wonderful. I am really proud of you. It's great to hear you. Well, Dani had a wonderful talk, bringing us the genealogy of power and culture. I think this is very important for us to discuss, the debate, and to bring the culture up to the front. And I think it's understand all this picture, the geography of how things happen. But also, we should observe that made us, so that we can think about what will make us in the future. So that has to do with decisions, with choices, and also position oneself. When we trans or LGBTQIA or Black people or Indians are placed within our artifact or a condition or diversity, that already shows me something. And why we that are naturally part of all this human things are considered as diverse, when we are actually part of everything. The white man, the white woman, the cis person is also part of diversity. So why is it always stressed? Our presence, our existence is something that is extraordinary, something else that already shows this extreme position. If we want to talk about being humans, about belonging, we cannot be in placed in a layer within a term or an idea. So all of us are part of diversity. Therefore, all of us deserve and we should be belonging in it, being able to seize all the opportunities are available. So this really draws my attention.
And when you think about this, I'm really concerned about institutions, decision-making spaces, power spaces are relating to this. But not only these spaces, I'm talking about sociability as a whole. So I'm interested in asking, like the MASP Museum, such an important institution in this country, as well as the Congress and other places, decision-making places of political position and cultural positioning, how do they behave with regard to diversity? There's a moment such as this, like in a panel like this, a moment in which dialogue is necessary, words, exchange of ideas, and also I need to understand how, I'm interested in understanding how this works within our structures, our relationships, and our daily lives. Diversity, which is it really present in our activities, daily activities, and our daily management? This is absolutely necessary to shift away or break with this history of violence. As Dani really stressed, this is something that can be broken with ethically, beautifully, aesthetically, also revolutionarily. In other words, having diversity, which we call diversity, and this is about me, it's about us, bring it inside. Like writers, like researchers, there are two factors that make this be so important. Number one is very obvious, but it's about respect and care and affection about all people. So people shouldn't really have the burden of violence, of oppression, of pain, of sadness. So we should be taken away from this historical place of effacing and violence. This is just one important part of it all. But what I think is even more important, or not necessarily the most important, but what we should do is to, with regard to our presence in these spaces, we should be acknowledged because we have the ability and the sensitivity to deconstruct these historical, structural, institutional violences, because we can see this all taking place from afar, but it's on our heads. It mutilates our bodies and our existence. We see all this taking place, but we saw this, and not only did we see it, we also created technology for survival, to remain living and to write and rewrite culture. We're more able and more sensitive and better able to deconstruct this knot of institutional and historical violence. It's crucial that we be present, not only in an attempt to help and support our people, but also because our body is also intellect. It's a body that says things, images that are spoken, and they also refer to content, to ideas, thoughts, and elaboration. So these bodies, these intellects or brains should be ready in these spaces. And this is about, of course, a multiplicity, of multiplying the possibilities of acting in these spaces. and also in multiplying and making these spaces appropriate, or making them fit into the reality of humanities and diversity, and also about building an avant-garde. We are the avant-garde, not only because we have this notion or urge that is spontaneous, but because we have been cultivated to be what we are, to project ourselves into the future, and also the need for survival. Therefore, I just resume my initial point. I need to understand, and I'm really interested in learning how institutions, territories, and spaces, and I'm talking about the arts, of course, but not only the language production cycle, whatever language you have. I'm talking about the whole. I'm talking about how our participation is as language producers, as artists, as curators, as resource managers or fund managers, ultimately, and of decision makers. So it's urgent that society see and be sensitized about these bodies, not only because they're taken away from this place, locus of vulnerability and frailty, but it's about the permanence and the future of institutions and of society. Our presence ensures a future, because there's no possibility of of having healthy sociability, of a future, of a tomorrow in which people that have been violated and effaced or erased, the violence doesn't finish, the violence in our bodies, it doesn't stop here, it is redistributed. And it leads to this society, or this world that we see today: violent, sick, apathetic, sad, depressed. This is why it's so urgent and necessary that these bodies and minds participate in decision-making for the health of humanity, or humanities, and the future of humanities, so that there's the possibility of a future. I'll close, and I'll be awaiting your questions. Thank you very much again. Let's hope that this meeting leads to a world view, and that includes invitations from people who are here, but also from other people, invitations to move institutions structurally. At MASP, and the town or city council is another one, the legislative. So that's how I finish, and I'm waiting for your questions. Thank you. Thank you, Érica. You were really incisive, straight to the point. Everything you brought up is not just a concern, it's a whole project to build a society that is truly diverse. When we think about the word diversity, we tend to forget that this is not about a specific group of people, talking about everyone. The whole needs to be diverse. When we talk about decision-making spaces or power spaces, or places for citizen participation, as Dani had also stressed. So I'll start by asking a few questions, and you're both also invited to ask questions to each other. I suppose you have questions to ask each other, because your talks are perfectly complementary. And if the audience has questions to ask, just write them in the chat. One question to Daniele. can you mention some examples of the aestheticization of the trans body in cinema and arts in general? And maybe you could mention works that go in a different way or path, different to aestheticization. Well, I believe that aestheticization as an element of cultural elements and artistic elements, it's always an attempt to reduce, to create exemplarity. In other words, there's always be an issue at stake. When we're talking about historically marginalized elements, they will really touch on the devices that led to this marginalization. I want to be very objective to darken things, like the Danish girl, for instance. When you treat diversity from a cinematic perspective, in the last decade, we had very important works, but before the Danish girl, that was Transamerica. Transamerica has elements of a conflict between a trans woman and her relationship with her son. And this path or trajectory is a comedy, but also a tragedy, and how it fits into a cinematic genre. It's a drama and also a comedy, and the comedy elements are, of course, a result of her condition, and it is also painful. Why is this treated as comical in moments of extreme pain? I mean, a trans woman that undergoes a surgery, and even today I have many issues related to these surgeries. And these are not only about my gender identity as a trans woman, but also human issues, about reproduction issues, about affirming your transsexuality as you undergo change. And in Transamerica, this is ridiculed, or at least treated as a comic relief. Now, in The Danish Girl, the path or the discovery of transsexuality for that woman is extremely romanticized and reduced to a moment of discovery and identification from a relationship between her artistic sensibility, and it has a low density, and it also is an attempt to redemption from a surgery, and it reduces our human complexity to this issue. And this work is based on a real life experience of a trans woman, a bisexual woman, and her bisexuality that was expressed up to her, was experienced up to her death, is not addressed in that work, as though transsexuality had nothing to do with sex or sexual orientation. And everyone that is mature enough and understands this, you know, there are some issues that are different, that are in other places. It's not just about gender identity. So this works. In this movement of aestheticizing reality, they are challenging, like Posey. This is more challenging, even if it is, it occupies a specific genre, Hollywood movies making. Although this was made by trans women, it's not an exercise of rhetoric, but it reveals questions that are related to the perception of gender identity and the heterosexual relationship of a woman, and a discovery of a more living experience, or at least not affirming hegemonic heterosexuality as an act of freeing them. And I think it has to do with women that participated in this. Now, even Deserto Particular, this movie, this work is designed, the character design is highly complex. Sarah. She lives a conflict. She has a conflict. Her identity is in conflict, but she structurally works as a function of a male main character that needs to free himself. So in this movie, Deserto Particular, there's a confession of a hegemonical masculinity, and then oppression and violence is bad for them. It's bad for trans women, for women in general. And it reveals this moment which we are living, this civilizational crisis. And also it makes it clear that it's bad for him too. But in this conclusion that it's bad for him, it just takes the entire movie. So no matter how much the character is better designed than other characters, it's still as just a function of the male, cis, straight, white man who's the main character. So what I believe is that more than condemning one work or the other, we need to consider the complexity of these conflicts and what the material element and how these audiovisual productions are treating and dealing with.
Acho que nós perdemos a conexão com a Dani.
I think we have lost our connection with Dani. In the meantime, I'll just turn it over to Érica, and I'll ask her a question. Érica talked about the importance of these bodies that are at the avant-garde of diversity, with projects geared toward the future. So, Érica, how do you see spaces and territories like Aparelha Luzia, and even your work as a state representative, and how do you question this
que traz esses projetos de futuro
avant-garde role, and how you work on these future projects? Even though Aparelha Luzia is located in a very important place in São Paulo, can you talk about that? Well, I've always said that Aparelha Luzia is present. It's a mistake from the perspective of humanities, but also we got it right when we organized our sociability. Revolt and resistance are necessary to resist oppression. But that's not healthy. That's not okay. Aparelha Luzia shouldn't even exist. Aparelha Luzia is a art, culture, and political territory for Black people. So Aparelha Luzia is a radical space. First and foremost, we should never forget that Aparelha Luzia is a work of art. It's an installation, art installation, a wonderful meta language exercise, an installation with many artworks that shelters this artistic production, always this meta language aspect. And one of the greatest products of this art installation is politicism and also sociability. Why is the Aparelha Luzia is important? In addition to all of this, this place could also forge or build a policy and politics as well. We're talking about decision-making places. We're talking about governance. We're talking about changing your route. We're talking about, we have this hegemonic power and the patriarchal Western power that really well designed, and but different power levels, or like agribusiness, capitalism, large banking corporations, the church, or the military. These areas or layers are the elements of power. And why not the arts? Why cannot the arts do this? Why cannot them be in this place and participate in this negotiation. This place of art, Aparelha Luzia, organized our action, and this is very important. And this is why it is so necessary. It is this history of Aparelha Luzia is so necessary. It's a great work of art that can interfere in society, not in the sense of the common notion of artistic material or artworks, of cathartic processes and poetry when you see an audiovisual work or a painting, for instance, but rather a deep immersion or plunge, and also a deep rotation in the thoughts and also the experience of those who live there in that territory in Aparelha Luzia. So this is what Aparelha Luzia is. And this is how it brings together art and politics. And so we need these bodies in mind that they should think about governance. We should think about governance, not because it's an idea of power, like we've learned so far, that is destructive. We're talking about the power to exist, the power to make decisions, the power to socialize, the power to make things collective and redistribute resources.
And that's it.
Muito obrigado, Érica.
Thank you very much, Érica. Danny, do you want to resume what you were saying? Yes, I was just concluding. I don't know exactly where I was disconnected. Yes, I could see that you were almost ending. Yes, you told us not to praise your connection, right? But I have a question for both of you, because I think that really fits to what you already said. If we think about how cultural policies, or just like Érica said, to debate and practice culture can be a transformational tool, not only in terms of how the society looks at the bodies and people that are LGBTQIA plus, especially trans and transvestite. And when we think about this group as the main one in terms of target of violence and stigma, and how much of these policies and practices of culture can be an area for transformation or discussion, and which are the problems that you still see in culture, in addition to the ones that you already mentioned? I understand that things are already said. Some of the issues are placed in a certain way, and about the limits that we still have, and they have to do with the fact that we need more trans and transvestite producing and debating culture. If you can comment on that, that would be great. Maybe you could start with Danny. I believe, and maybe Érica has more to talk about that. But I believe that fostering the participation of travestite and trans people in culture production, not only to talk about the situation of a transvestite or trans or diversity, the way that Érica mentioned what is diversity, but in a way that having us participating in the culture production in general, also talking about their experience, but fostering and really turning into something real, developing public policies that will foster and encourage the participation of these groups as and having them as curator, mediators, debaters, and panelists, and painters, filmmakers, poets. I think that's the idea. what I still see is that this participation or this invitation to participation, it is either reproducing some type of participation because it is a portrait. It's a portrait or a representation of life. Or when we are invited to participate, it's just to talk, or most of the times, basically, we'll be talking about the situation of the LGBTQIA plus situation of each person. So going back to what Érica said and debating that idea of diversity, and diversity includes everyone, the voice, the production of those that are LGBTQIA plus and a transvestite, and that goes beyond that aspect. I really loved Daniele's answer. Thank you so much. It is this is a great answer, and this is it. It's interesting because the the concept, the idea, the definition of culture that I like the best was I did not get from the academia, although I am very close to some cultural analysis about this terminology, about this what we call cultures. Just like my grandma used to say, culture is cultivating. So that addresses so much. It's cultivating things that you cultivate. And for me, there is not another solution to reach that place that some aim to be at, of a healthy sociability, that is not by the naturalization of our bodies into the spaces. So what does it mean to naturalize? It means that I don't need to be the first one. I don't need to be the only one. I don't need to talk only about our existence conditions, because we are in the world, we are in the society, and obviously this does not take away from the need of a political and intellectual repertoire about that existence. And we are the best ones to talk about that, obviously. I understand this is a needed moment, and it's important. We need to talk, and this story needs to be written by, this person, by ourselves. Yes, we have to talk about this lack of repertoire about this existence. That's fine, but this needs to be broadened up. This needs to become more natural. It needs to have a purpose. Our bodies have to be naturalized in these spaces, not only to talk about transsexuality, Black culture. When I talk about body and intellect, I'm talking about this way of observe and analyze the world. It goes beyond. This is an ethos that we build in our existence. So I repeat, we need to be there so that we have a future, so that it is diverse, but that we bring solutions to problems that have been built in this violent stories and stories that have come from this hegemonic groups. So these bodies need to be naturalized in these spaces of healthiness, power, and because if we want the future, well, there's no possibility of sustainability without us. We are here now in the spite of an elimination project. So that's not by chance. We founded the Brazilian culture in the spite of that. So if the world wants to keep on existing, it is urgent and necessary that we are active and we are participating and deciding. And it is about ourselves, but it is a collective participation that's very important. It's not a project, an egoic project, a self-referential project. It's a project of a healthy sociability, but that has to do with the undoing of the violence and the oppressions that are on top of our bodies. Very different from what some critics try to refer to as the movement of LGBTQIA+. And these are issues that are present in humankind. That's great that you brought this up, because there are those that do believe that this project is self-referenced. I have another question to Danielle about this audiovisual universe, but thinking about the development of stories and characters and the playwriting. In your opinion, in your research, did you see or have you seen the production of writers, people that write stories on this point of view, the trans point of view, going back to what Érica said, to writing the story in the first person? But I would like to know if you know if this it's there. If are there trans screenwriters that are writing stories in the first person? Not stories in the first person, I mean, but that they're writing screenplays based on this trans reference, all LGBTQIA+, but also consider all that experience, because when I hear you, I do believe we still have a gap there. We talk a lot about artists, actors that are trans, but we also need to discuss the trans screenwriters to write the stories tackling these issues. Maybe this is a way of not running this risk of going into the commonplace that you mentioned, or going into the stereotypes of these stories, as you said. I would like to hear you on that. And also how this room, this area can be developed for screenwriters that can then have their stories told in the theaters, on TV. I know very few trans screenwriters in the audiovisual area. I am one of them. I have not been invited to produce anything related to trans or LGBT world, or even fighting LGBT phobia. Now I'm producing something that really dialogues with that. But what I have seen, that the last movies, very important movies, Deserto Particular is one of them. They do not have trans screenwriters signing the plot. Maybe in the team for the story, and I believe they might have people that are participating on the creation problem, but really the plot is usually someone that already is in the audiovisual Brazilian market, usually is a white straight man. So the last festival in which I participated, I sometimes participate in festivals, and they have had, and there is one called Sabiria. That's a movie festival. There is a percentage that is especially for trans and travestites, and I have never seen any transsexual or travestite being awarded anything in this one. And as far as I know, there is only one of them that registered last year, and that was me. So we have several problems there of, really the education, and so that people that are well informed and are encouraged, and so that they can develop that protagonism to production. That's great to know. So good to know that you're a screenwriter, and also that there are some initiatives there. I hope this really grows. And before, well, I would like to know if you have questions to each other. And after that, I would like to know if you can comment on this movie, Alicia Jr., the movie, and what you thought about this production. If you have questions to Érica, or if Érica has a question to you, that's fine. Érica, I have a question. Érica is one of the greatest managers of this culture in São Paulo. Yes, she has worked with this cultural aspect. You talked about this already, but I would like to hear you. And I would like to hear you share what is to be a trans Black woman managing a popular cultural place, and all the challenges that you have faced in the process. Well, that's not easy. There is a sad side, but culture is seen as an area, a bucket in this country, and we have that bucket that is very fragile. So imagine a country that first it is in there is a bucket, and this bucket is not even there anymore. So can you imagine a producer, a cultural developer, that doesn't even have a bucket to work with anymore? It is still, loose and at the margin of it all. So it is already difficult in terms of a structure of this process. And now, taking into consideration of my gender identity, that triggers another level of complexity, which is our daily activities, and the way they deal with me. Who is this girl? Who is this person that is there saying things about us and about everyone? Who is that person? And really, I have many reports about that. So Aparelhando Luzia tries to address a question: what can Black people do when they do not need to think about racism? And of course, everything that happened historically to us in terms of cultural training and education is there. And also to the negative side of it, it's obvious that we have challenges as far as sexuality and gender are concerned. When race is not an issue, what do we have in terms of the relationship? So I can say that things, very positive, amazing relationships, and also to ignoring my existence and my belonging and my position into that place. But I made a decision that was very educational in life, not only regarding Aparelha, but also about my work, which is in some places, at some moments, we do need to have an educational and political process. We need to have that position. So that resistance that we had in a few moments from some people ended up turning into another process of a greater faction. So my gender identity, and I'm talking about not only about those that really go to that place, but I'm talking about the fact that I am a manager and I am there as a person that works and that has created and I know that I am subdued there. And I'm sure that if I were a cis white person, I wouldn't be questioned as much, but that's it. And that was a political decision on my side, which is to play my educational role. I am sure that this is a long path that we have ahead, and it's still far away. That we trans people or Black people, all of these layers of these people that have been marginalized, that we can be fully human, that you can come, Danny, and talk to me as a filmmaker, as an intellectual thinking about the world. So that will take time because you will be frequently asked to bring forward your Blackness, your trans, and to negotiate from that. But just to conclude, I think the icing on the cake is that we are prepared and we know that. And the other side that does not know what this intellectuality means, the way of thinking the world, of putting into practice. No, I already know what waits for me. They are the ones that do not know what I am able to do.
Perfeito.
Oh, that is perfect. Do you have any questions to Danny? Yes, I do. Danny, we have, I believe, in this whole of identity constitution processes, talking about Black people and trans people. There's a debate about Black art, Black cultural production. So when we think about transvestite or trans people art, trans culture, so a lot of this content is produced by non-trans people. What do you think of this? I know that, of course, we need to be in these places, but we don't have enough people to occupy all places. Maybe you could explain, say something about this, about these foreigner, in a way, so to speak, that always describes us, not only because they're interested, but also because they have the power or the resources to do so. That's highly complex. When you say that we don't have enough people or enough encouragement and we don't have enough resources in our hands for us to produce our views, make art or culture that translates our views. So this is a moment in we not still reach this moment of a more complete phase of humanity where everyone expresses themselves. So we should be activists for trans people, for Black people that make art and talk about our experience that portrays our experience in life. There are some moments and also ways of revealing this experience that may be painful and also sublime. Maybe just what we have seen so far, can it really do its job properly? I have an interesting thing to say. Currently, or I believe that we may look or project our views on any element. I'm writing a script on things about slavery and also of being trans women, or so cis women, and one of the characters, and I won't give you spoilers here, but it's about the roles of, it's about the performance of gender roles. As I'm a trans woman, a feminist, a Black woman who's living this moment, I believe this is part of my signature as a Black trans woman, not only Black, not only a woman, not only a trans woman. And this character who's not a trans woman, but this negotiation with gender roles and the outcome that is a result of this relationship, this is closely linked to the woman that I am. So that's very interesting. Some friends who participated in this process, they noticed the effort objectification just because she's Black, not only because of that, but also from a perspective that not only because she is Black, but also someone who's also always considering these issues. And I think that even if this work was directed by a white man, we have a trans woman that is living things that go beyond her sexuality, but also like the classic moment or conflict that my parents don't accept me. That is not even there. And when regards with regard to art, and this has a lot to do with the need to respond to some of the achievements of realism. Is that real? That is the question. That is super real. I remember many friends, transsexual friends, that this is maybe not necessarily part of the lives of transvestites, but they lived their transsexuality at a very young age, but they had many other issues. They wanted to go to university and they wanted to have boyfriends and girlfriends. And I remember one particular case, unfortunately, this is not the case for everyone, but their parents didn't see it as a problem. It was just part of their lives. And it was a girl that was, knowing the world, and I hope she might not be watching me, but I'd like to send her a kiss. It's a girl. It's lovely. Oh, that's amazing, Danny, what you're telling us. And this is about our bodies and our lives becoming more natural. So what can Black people can do? What do trans people do when they don't think about transphobia? I participated in a movie by Josito Araújo, and in this movie they talk about Blackness and affection. There's not a single drop of blood, in this movie, because I'm tired of seeing so many audiovisual works that, I'm not watching this. I know that it will come to a very unhappy and a lot of pain, and I can't stand it anymore. Movies that talk about slavery from the perspective of the whip. I have read so much about this, and I think we need to have positive images or other images. We're talking about narratives and disputes, and we're talking about criticism, but then you need post-criticism. What do we add? We need, as you say, add complexity, a plot that also shows a humanized perspective. Of course, there will be pain, but on a different level of complexity. And I think that, like, when we remember Bosie, and that's amazing, in my opinion, it's so important, that moment when they get married at the wedding, you see the grandmother, and When they're on the beach, they go to the beach. Obviously, you have a lot of reflection on violence, of course, but you need maybe a different plot, a different story. We're talking about humanity. We're talking about human beings. It's not just about police reports or just that. I mean, denouncing and it's important, but we should also show that these lives, that these people, and the way our lives materialize, they're also positive with all that complexity. What does Dani and Érica do? Where do they live? What do they do? So these are trans Black bodies that live in the world, and they have different perspectives. This should also be taken into account for us, even to increase the possibilities of trans boys and girls to see and also have new possibilities, not only to look and see difficulty and pain, which does exist, but also that it is possible to have a different story. And that's what we're doing here, not only for ourselves, but also for our next generation. And we need images of positivity and generosity. Perfect. You've just given us, I mean, these three words that you have just mentioned. I think this should be resumed all the time, talking about humanity, citizenship, and complexity. And this is part of every human being. It's extremely important that people know what trans people say or can say, in addition to their trans issues, and what Black people can talk beyond Blackness, what LGBT, Black, Indigenous people, what we have to say about the world beyond our own identities and the labels that are attached to us. We have a perception on things, a perception of the world that goes beyond our identity, and these things should be stressed. This is about, reviving or complexity, citizenship, and humanity, right, and fullness. And I just one more thing, Danny. I have a friend, an actress, a performer, and she said what about 10 years ago, she said she was in a theater play. She's an actress, right? And there was no verbal dialogue. No words were exchanged. And she was there, and there was someone else working in that play. And then there was a time for a conversation with the audience, and people they talked about their impressions about that sketch, that particular scene, and people said, well, it reminded me of slavery, it reminded me of this, of that, and had nothing to do, but they looked at the Black woman's body and they thought that they were discussing racial issues, and it had nothing to do with it. So you see how far we go. I mean, this perspective, this bias, or this looking glass is so blurred. It's so biased. It sees us from a specific perspective. They cannot do anything else. It just so conclusive, right? It's just something I wanted to remember. That was good, a great memory. It has a lot to do with that image that many people, everyone hates Chris, right? The assumptions that the teacher had about her student, all the assumptions that we have about a trans person, a gay person, a lesbian person, is all present in this social common sense. And this helps us find ways out of this problem of universalizing people or stereotyping people without understanding their complexities, their singularity. their uniqueness. Thank you so much. And again, if you want to make your final remarks, give us final comments, and then I can close Érica and then maybe Dani. Can I start? So, Dani, it's just agreed. We need to have some coffee, some lunch, some dinner. We have to see each other face to face when you come to Rio or when I'm in São Paulo. Let's do this. It's great to hear you talk. I think we have so much in common. We have this existential common link. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. So I'll finish by saying that when I started this talk, it's my issue and my challenging of we really need collective and educational practices that really address violence. This that which we are discussing about all these arcanes that we may discuss. It has a lot to do with the base, the ground of breaking away from violence. We're talking about violation, about the right to live, and about physical and symbolic death of people, of individuals. This needs to be stemmed. It needs to stop. And in addition to theory, we need to participate. And I again stress that I need to make sure that all cultural, institutional equipment and spaces that claim or try to work for diversity, I'm always watching you, I'm inspecting you, okay, I'm monitoring your work. And this is not a suggestion, it's really absolutely necessary. We're talking about pragmatic relations, everyday relationships. There's no possibility of a revolution if people are hungry, are dying of hunger. We need to see practices that are deconstructive. It's not just formulating deconstruction. It's just as simple as that. You need to work and make sure people have income and jobs, and they need affection. That's the end of my reflection. That is not complex at all. It's very, very simple, very straightforward. That's it. Enjoy your Friday, everyone. And ba-ba-ba, which is how we close a Friday. Thank you. Dani, the floor is yours. Oh, that's so hard to talk about everything that Érica said. Is such an amazing woman. So I'd just like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel and to learn from you so much that is discussed, so many issues. Now, Érica's call for us to build revolution in reality in our concrete world has a lot to do with monitoring equipment or apparatuses, cultural apparatuses, this commitment with humanity, this commitment to society, that in our community, in our families, and also on the in the public arena, this is crucial. We're talking about civilization, we're talking about inclusion of trans people, LGBTQ and Black people, so we need to engage in this fight. So thank you, everyone. And I'd like to stress that culture will always be produced as a memory document, or a memory document that is about a fight, but also historically marginalized. So we need to rewrite these documents to also attest to our victory, to be witnesses to our victory. And this is about all of us. Congratulations, let's keep fighting.
Obrigado, Dani. Muito
Thank
obrigado.
you so much, Dani. Thank you so much, Érica. Thank you for your wonderful words. You have closed this in the best possible way. We're just closing the seminar in the best possible way. And this is part of a fight. This is part of a collective process that is not done alone. If you're discussing diversity, you need to discuss this in the plural. It's about diversities. It's about all the different perspectives and all the concerns that we have to build a world that is socially fair. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to participate in the seminar.
Tornaram ele ainda mais.
You have made the seminar even more perfect. On behalf of the organizers, thank you. And also, I thank everyone who spoke in this seminar and shared their views for us to build a cycle of histories of diversity that takes into account these the perspectives of LGBTQI plus people, and also that brings into MASP and other cultural equipment in both in Brazil and abroad, what lesbians and gay and transsexual people, and intersexual people, everyone, absolutely everyone has to say about the world and everything that is around us. Thank you so much. And please follow us, follow our schedule, our cultural activities, and help us in our projects, please. We have our doors open and our ears open as well to all suggestions, criticism, and support in this hard work that's very continuous and hard work that is full of contradictions. Thank you so much and have a great afternoon, everyone. And we will see each other in the next MASP conferences. Thank you.